Well, well, well. Hello, hello. And welcome back after a little while away. Let's see if I can get all of my audio thingies the way they should be. So let's get the starting visual out of the way. So welcome everyone to this laid back Saturday night or day or morning or whatever it is where you are. Gamedev stream. I've been away for a while. I got a really bad flu about a week ago. I just just about managed to get the mother vehicle sound work done before I just absolutely died. And yeah, I don't know what that was about. Hey Tutu, hey December Ray, welcome back both of you. Can you guys hear me all right, by the way? I think I've actually messed with my audio settings a little bit here, but hopefully I managed to get them back the way they should be. So yeah, today we're gonna do a little bit of level design. Or maybe environment art is the more appropriate way to look at it. I'm basically redoing these cliffs here in this demo level. Audio level seems fine. Thank you for the report. All right, here we go. Okay, I have my gamepad working. Yeah, all kinds of things actually happened this week. I got a notification from our electric company that there will be a scheduled blackout, and so I just had to mosey out of bed and shut down all of my machines here in the studio. That's why nothing is working, because everything has been rebooted. Anyway, so yeah, this is something I've been talking about for a little while now, that these cliffs here in this level, talking specifically about these guys here, need to be redone, or they need to be adjusted to kind of, you know, fit with the new graphics style that I've decided that I want to go with for this, because these kind of look like, this doesn't really look like cliffs. I don't really know what this looks like. What these look like. They are sort of like, this was a way that I made these when I was just completely overwhelmed with all of these things when it came to what the world is going to look like, what the art style is going to be, all of this. I was never super happy with these cliffs here. They are very sort of unnatural looking and have this kind of grid thing going here with these very sharp corners, right? Just a bunch of quads everywhere. There. I don't really know what this looks like, some sort of weird plastic. And then we come over here to this part of the map. This is what I've actually been doing now ever since I got my will to live back from after the flu. So it's not something I've actually even done here. I have the old version of this thing. There we go. Old version of this thing actually still existing here on the machine. See if we can actually run that. Right, oh. Boom and crash. Oh, the game audio is pretty high. Let me actually just go into the menu here and adjust it from menu, because then it will actually get saved. Just go down here, and I'm gonna do master volume 20%. There we go. Let's maybe do even 10%. So we can go to refinery blockout, which is kind of like, it's a name that I've been kind of annoyed that I have this blockout thing here, but it's kind of convenient now because this is now using the old art style, right? This is what the cliffs used to look like. Maybe we can do something like window set size 720. Huh? That's not what it's called. What is it called? Oh, yeah, it's 720. It's just there we go. Boom. The game audio is 3 times louder than your voice. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully that is now fixed since you sent that message, right? It is because like normally when I do these streams, I have the game audio very, very low. But since I did audio work on this machine, you know, last time I actually did something, I had it basically at full volume. But hopefully it is better now. Like you should just like ever so slightly be able to hear these sounds here if you go back to the game and drive around a little bit. You should be able to hear the vehicle there, I guess. Just a little bit. I can hear it a little bit, but I'm hoping that the mix is kind of okay. We're not really gonna be necessarily driving around a whole lot though today. Yep, better. Okay, thanks for the update there. So right, so here we can see like two different styles that we have. There's the old style here in the game. That's just because we're now loading the old version of the game. This new level that I'm working on now is just called Map Refinery, and Map Refinery / Refinery. So I have like two different versions of this. You can see that it's almost exactly the same. I've just added a bunch of, you know, minor details here and there to these rocks because they looked kind of strange. Like here, if we go have a look here, for example. That's not the place, is it? No, it's here. Right, you can see some new kind of shapes that I've added here. I did this yesterday actually. And then like when we go here, like I always felt that this looked kind of strange. I don't exactly know what I was thinking when I did that. I just wanted like an overhang, but that overhang just looks very, very weird. Almost like some kind of boot. So I just made it a bit more kind of like organic, like this. So here in this new level we have like all sorts now, because we have these cliffs here. We have this here, which actually I did earlier today, but this the light map for this hasn't gone through the pipe yet, and so it looks kind of weird and plasticky here. I think maybe we can actually have a look and see if we have gotten that light map now. I have my light map farm, a light map baker running, but basically like this thing here is kind of what you're supposed to, you know, look forward to in the final game. Some of these cliffs here look a little strange still. Like the way I do cliffs these days is the way I model these things is a little different, and so I kind of like the way that cliffs look in something like the depot level, for example, a bit better. Things like this. But this is also like a very different kind of place, right? The cliffs would look different here because you're almost like on the top of this mountain here, looking out onto this big plain. Lots of big plains in this game, as you can see. But still, we're getting sort of like closer to this style here with these. And so with the actual like demo, not just playtest, but actual like demo coming up this year. I wanna get this demo level looking pretty nice and smooth. Yeah, we have like the descent level as well, which we've looked at in a previous live stream. This is of course very much in progress still. We have some very rough places here. Just like overall, the way I design these cliffs these days is very different to how I did it back here. And my workflow here for that we're gonna continue with today is basically just like take the cliffs that I already had and just like do the minimum I have to bring them into this art style, because there's quite a lot of them, as I'm sure you'll know. And yeah, I don't have a lot of time to put on this. I like the hand painted style a lot. I'm glad to hear that. I think it's gonna look pretty nice. Let's actually see if we can get some light maps going here before we get going with the new cliff. So we're gonna do render fog, turn that off, and then we can see if we turn on the light map debugging. Actually, we can turn off the shell grass rendering as well for a bit. And we can again see here. Okay, so we have just some of this stuff actually light mapped. It's like basically the terrain, and then these cliffs here. These are the first ones that I redid. So I bumped the priority for these ones. And yeah, we might have to bump some of the resolution here. A little bit of artifacting going on, but they look generally kind of alright. We have some of the older ones, unfortunately, which the machine kind of got to before I realized that it was building the light maps for the old ones. So that's kind of annoying. We have like all of these are just like left out here because I actually don't want to do it for them. Here we actually have a duplicate. It's using the same mesh as this one here, I think. So we could actually probably like replace this guy, right? It's just scaled up slightly. That's interesting. It's basically exactly this mesh. We should be able to just plonk this guy in here, and that'll be that. I also have another part here which you can see that's using the same mesh. This mesh is actually the same as this mesh here. It's just that it hasn't gone through the light map pipe yet at this point. But yeah, most of this stuff will have to be kind of like hand converted into the new style. But we have some duplicates here. I would say fortunately, which means that I don't have to do every single one of these cliffs again. Most of them. So it's like all of them needs to be done. It doesn't really matter which one we do next, but I was thinking maybe this one that's like next to this ruined house here wouldn't be a good place to start. Let's see if we actually have some light maps for basically that one and this one, which are the new ones that I put in today. Yeah, so there would be Cliff 2R and Cliff 7R2. So the R stands for like redone or refreshed or whatever, which is just something I'm adding to these as I'm like redoing them, so that I know that okay, this is the new one and we can keep the old one there for the time being at least. So this would be Cliff 2R, and this other one would be Cliff 7R, and it's called 2 because like I've said, it's like a duplicate of another one, so the editor just adds another 2 there after it. They're not baked. Okay, they're not baked yet. 1655 15. Oh, oh, it actually just finished. Yeah, just finished when I was clicking that. So now now we actually have light maps for those. That's cool. I'm gonna undo everything here, and then I'm gonna do light maps, export for active level, So the baking is like done on another machine. It's not done on this machine. That's why I have this little. That's not where we want to actually put it. We want to put it here. Not blockout binary data, but just refinery binary data. Yes. And it slurps down the light maps from the server. Thank you. Exit that. And then we can restart this guy so that basically reload the level. Alrighty then. And I'm gonna let it finish the light probe rendering before I do anything else, but it kinda looks to me already like this is light maps. I think it's pretty evident actually. It has. You get this kind of you get this kind of like ambient darkening here of this mesh. So now if we turn on the light maps, yep, you can see this now gets you know, this gray color going. We can turn off the shell grass rendering, which is typically a good thing to turn off when you're looking at this. And like if we have a lot of this, you can see these like light map kind of pixels here being kind of blended. You typically can't really see those things all that well when you actually disable this debug rendering, but if you can see them, if they're like annoyingly pixelated, then you can just up the light map resolution for one of these meshes. That will typically fix it. You should also have it for this mesh here. Yep, you can clearly see, like you can see a little bit of darkening here under this monorail track, and actually quite a bit of darkening here under these trees. And yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, good. Yeah, there's a single kind of visible sort of pixel probably here. You can see the bilinear filtering there, turning it into almost like an X. I'm going to turn this off, and you see all the other surface details there. It kind of goes away a little bit, but we can up that resolution if we need to do that. So, okay, looking pretty good. The reason I specifically wanted to do this is because, like, the way I'm now blending these things together with, like, the grass and the terrain and everything is completely different than compared to the previous ones. The previous ones are just, like, completely painted green on the top, as you can see here. Which is like, okay, yeah, that doesn't look very, very realistic, right? I don't know. Again, it looks like plastic or something. So what I'm doing here is instead I'm typically painting these like by hand. So we can duplicate this guy and just move the second one up a little bit. You can see that this is painted by hand, this green stuff on top, and it can be adjusted in the material to match the actual like green. The green that's used in this level here, and it's not like a binary thing. You can see it's a little bit like spotty. This was done kind of hastily today, so it looks kind of weird, especially if you're looking at it in isolation. But together with the grass here, I think it actually works kind of nicely. Some of this grass might have to actually be tweaked a little bit. Yeah, I think we can like maybe like bring this down a little bit. Pump up the lighting a little bit here. And of course the idea here is to make the transition between these rocks and the actual terrain as smooth as possible. I'm looking at my stats here, and it seems that we have some sort of maybe internet connectivity issues. Hopefully it will stabilize over time. See what's happening. Feel free to spam me in the chat if things get bad. I can actually try to use another internet connection here on my end. But yeah, okay, looks pretty good again. It went down to like 0 kilobit per second at some point, so that wasn't very good. Let's have more than 0 kilobit per second. Right. Anyway, just doing a little bit of fixing up here now that we got the light maps happening, because the light maps always, well, not always, but they typically actually like darken the meshes a little bit. And so I went in and adjusted some of this stuff a little bit now, and now I realized that I might have gotten a little bit too excited with, because when you get back the mesh from the light mapper, it tends to be a bit darker than it used to be, which of course is what you want. That's not like a bad thing or anything, but it affects these light values, of course. Right. Yeah, let's just force rebuild the grass here. Plonks it down onto the ground again. That's kind of neat. But anyway, so this guy, this is like a scaled up. It's not actually a whole lot scaled up. It's just scaled up 1.24971, but a little bit. But it's the same actual mesh that we have here. It's just like moved there into place. And I'm actually just realizing that now. So let's see if we can just, if we just take this guy, we copy its transform, and that is of type cliff2r, so it's basically that one. Just plonk it into place, and then we delete the original one. Whoop. And there we go. So now we have the new mesh in place. This is of course not light mapped now, so it looks kind of artificially lit almost. It's like two kind of, you know, uniformly lit or whatever. And yeah, this is what I was talking about actually. Now the grass here looks kind of like too dark maybe. And we're gonna want to just like be patient with that and wait for the thing to come back from the light mapper before we start actually modifying those values like a whole lot. At least like the brightness values. And there are some other things we want to do. This guy's name is that? Cliff 10. What was the name of that previous one? We can actually do something fun here. We can just go into the game and look at that. Because the grass objects, they basically need to know, okay, which objects in the scene are considered blockers for the grass. So the grass actually gets kind of like raycast from above and then placed on top of something, right? So we can see here, okay, what is the name of this guy? Yeah, it's Cliffs. Env for environment :cliffs :cliff 10. That's the name of this guy. So if we delete this guy, bloop, it goes away. You can just see the terrain there. And the grass kind of like hovering in the air almost. Okay. So cliff 10, so it is this thing, blocking object 0. Well, this object's name is not actually that. This object's name is, what is it? Cliff 2 R2. So we're gonna wanna make sure that it's actually blocked by the correct object there, right? That does not actually block that object, so that's fine. But yeah, you can see we have a little bit of grass here on top of this thing. And everything is basically fine, but the shape has changed a little bit, so we're gonna want to actually fix these things up, right? Yeah, and we have some grass here that's like in places that it's really not supposed to be in. So let's get rid of some of it. For example, this little like rock piece here is something that didn't actually exist in the previous version of this thing. Oh, that's actually a kind of a nasty. That's a little bit of a nasty. Unplanar face here with this screen space ambient occlusion being visible there, but okay, whatever. It's not the end of the world. Like, we're trying to be very, very pragmatic now with basically everything that we do here in the game. Realizing that, okay, I can't just keep like, you know, bike shedding everything, even though that's fun to do. I would argue it's even more fun to ship a game, right? So let's try to make that happen. Ever. And this is of course just one level of many. Oh, that's a different grass object clearly there. Here the grass needs to like recede a little bit. Same thing here. We're not gonna go too crazy with that stuff and just kind of let it be for the most part. In the past, I've been kind of very annoyed at places like this where I'm like, oh my god, look at that, like there's grass, you know, growing from the rock there. Like everyone's gonna think this game is the shittiest thing ever. And then I realized at some point that like all games do this. Every single game has things like this. No one cares. It's not the important part. Move on. And here now, like, I'm not very happy with this lighting. I believe this grass here is or it kind of looks like this grass here is way too dark. I'm gonna wait for this particular object to go through the light mapping pipe, and then we can actually look at it and see, okay, was it actually too dark, or was it just the fact that this mesh is actually like too bright here now? Same thing here with this. Shouldn't really look like that. Or here. But yeah, for now this is good. So now we have again one more of these objects here, confirming to the new style. Do we have any other like trees or rocks or anything poking through here? Because like I said, I've actually added some new geometry here, like these things here, for example. These didn't used to be there. this is also new. Interestingly, it looks like I've managed to place these trees exactly right, where they're not cutting through anything. So that's cool. I do believe this grass here is a little unnecessarily bright. Right, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. So yeah, I do believe this grass is a little too bright here. Let's bring down the light intensity. And it's clearly not the correct object for that. It's probably that one, right? Oops. Camera speed being way too high. Yeah, this looks better. Something like that. Right. And yeah, again here we have, this is actually probably something that I'm gonna want to fix. And I can probably fix it right here now without doing really anything else. Let's see, this is Cliff 2R. Let's go into Cliff 2R in the Blender file. Let's try to find it here, map refinery, cliffs. Work, Cliff 2, and Cliff 2. Yeah, this happens fairly often with like new meshes like this. And most of the time you can just modify them here without having to do any sort of re-fungineering of things. So what is happening here, for example, there's quite a bit of weird lighting going on here, is clearly that it has, like, for some reason it has triangulated the thing like that, created this very thin triangle there. That's not good. Let's force it to triangulate it that way instead. That would be Cliff 2R, basis mesh, and we can see it bloop, now it went away. We still have something here. What is this? There's a little something there, but that's actually completely fine. I think. I don't exactly know what's going on there. Maybe we can do something like this. Now that might be fixed as well. Or did I actually? Probably that one actually. Goes away with that. What about this thing here then? Here we have something funky. Like I've fixed a whole bunch of these things today actually for this very mesh, but clearly I've kind of missed some of these things. Oink. Topology here it's a little wonky. Yeah, you can see that when you make something planar, something else kind of becomes non-planar, and that's of course sort of like the way it works, and that is probably why Blender actually has this iterations thingy going here. You don't want to necessarily deform this thing too much. Because then it will start to like bleed into all kinds of things. So let's do that. Let's not quite have it like a 200. I'm gonna bring it down. What? That was weird. Okay, it makes it like absolutely planar all in one go. That's strange. Yeah, so if you modify this like too much, you can see like these UVs starting to be, you know, not match anymore, and that is of course completely logical. That is what happens unless you you know, unwrap it. We don't want to do that here. I'm just gonna do something like that to like ever so slightly nudge it into place. I think that's completely fine. Using a custom tool that works nicely and as you expect is probably the most satisfying thing as a tool dev. Yeah. Yeah, I've spoken about in the past about the fact that, at least for me personally, making something work in the game, using my own tool or tools, is just like so much more satisfying than making something work with, you know, like an off-the-shelf tool. Right? You're gonna want to be a little careful with, you know, how much of that stuff, how much of that ego boosting you do, especially if you want to whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Especially if you want to actually ship a game or an app or something, a product, because of course the users don't care at all what you made the thing using. But it can be motivating, yeah, to see your own stuff being used, or you know, you yourself using your own stuff. Absolutely. Okay. So something like that, maybe. And then if we submit this guy, we're gonna get this new Cliff2R2 object in the level, and then the baker, which runs on a sort of like a iteration concept as well. It bakes a few objects, and then it stops, submits those things to the database. Then it goes back and checks if we have new meshes in the level. And once it has kind of reconciled those things, we can just bump them to the top of the queue if we want to. It's a little low tech. I haven't spent a whole lot of time working on that thing, so it could be much more user friendly, but it kind of works. So we could maybe submit this thing. Right, I need to probably save this Blender thingy here. Save that and shut it down. There we go. Log history. Okay, I'm just gonna go with cliff work. Rip. Right, so Kettle says, as an unemployed guy, I'm just using Unreal for now, even though I don't really like it. Probably just gonna add tools there and switch custom tooling once I'm more settled in. I mean, yeah, if you want to do that, then do it. There's nothing wrong with using Unreal. Obviously, people have created awesome things using Unreal. But yeah, if you don't like it, give me a list of all of the objects to light map in the level, and then it gives back these paths here. So base terrain, cliff, we have like trees, we have rocks, we have like buildings, pipeline kit. That's actually like this thing here. These are all like individual objects, and so it's kind of wonky in the sense that, okay, yeah, we submitted that thing R2 version control, but it hasn't actually seen it yet. Because see, the latest one is that R2 or Cliff 7 R2 there. Because it needs to finish actually baking these 5. So the batch size set to 5 currently. And yeah, it kind of just like does one thing at a time. That's how it works currently. So it's a little low tech, but it kind of works. So yeah. Okay. Maybe we should start by selecting one of these meshes. Don't exactly know which one. I think it would be either this guy or this guy. And then this guy is also used elsewhere. It's used here. Yeah, like all 3 of these cliffs here in the middle, so to speak, are reused. I think this one is also reused, right? Isn't it? Yeah, it's just this thing, just turn the other way. And probably actually this one, yeah, this one as well. This one is also, it's a cliff 1, so it's the same as this guy here. Yeah. And then I think this is a unique mesh. And then we have this thing here, which is also, this is going to be interesting to redo. Also a unique mesh. And then we have the new mesh going all the way over to here, but then this is the old one. Yeah. Yeah, so lots of work here still. All of these need to be done, so it doesn't, like I said earlier, it doesn't really matter which one we choose. Because we need to do all of them. But maybe we'll do this one next to the building here. Could be kind of nice. Let's do that. And so this is cliff number 3, quite simply. This is cliff number 2. That's cliff number 3. So, we'll save this and go back into Blender. And we'll open up clip number 3. Which we can see here. And these old meshes, they use this very strange kind of material here, which uses almost like an influence map, because these edge highlights are red, so they do become just normal edge highlights here in the game. The red here because it's using sort of like an influence map, and then this green top here, which is obviously grass, and it becomes green, but it's not the correct kind of green, because we're using just like a 100% red and a 100% green thing to do this. We don't really do that anymore. I have sort of like a standard material thingy these days for this game. So we can quite simply just get rid of all of that. I'm gonna get my standard layout here. Shader editors. Shader editor, thank you. Yes, we have some materials here. I'm just gonna oh no. I'm just gonna get rid of all of those materials. And of course, Blender has this strange concept of like almost like garbage collecting when you shut something down. So none of these have any references now. That's why there's a 0 there. We can do the same thing with these images. Just get rid of those images. Unlink them, as it's called. And now they have a 0 there. Now we save this thing and then we revert, as it's called. Now they are actually properly gone and we don't have a single material left. So that's kind of neat, I guess. And I'm gonna use the random colors there because that's something I'm very familiar with. asset browser needs to go down here, and we want our asset library. But yeah, we can come back to that later. We're gonna spend quite some time here redoing this geometry here, right? So one thing to see here immediately, like between the new style and the old style, is the old style used sharp edges everywhere. That was sort of that was just the thing of this art style. So we're gonna go in here, and I bet we have sharp angles everywhere, sharp edges everywhere. I'm just gonna clear sharp, set auto smooth on, and it immediately kind of like, it already looks more like this thing here with these like vertical cuts or whatever. There's some other issues here as well, but we're gonna do like one at a time. Another thing that I did back then was that I had like a bevel along the entire like outer edge like this. We're just gonna go and get rid of that. We might add some bevels back in certain places, but it's not gonna look like this. So I'm just like dissolving this stuff. Yeah, that's weird little light phenomenon going on there. Let's do last. It's gonna be last for almost all of this. Right, here we have a nice little cut. We can probably try to keep that in somehow. And you can sometimes dissolve like whole sections of this, but there's almost always something to fix up. It's kind of annoying, really. So a lot of the time I just don't do it. I just merge them by hand like this. Ah, come on. Can probably do at least this, a bit of this. Right, here's another cut. That's fine. Let's keep it in at least for now. This should be quite collapsible. So, bloop, like so. That's weird. What do we do with that? Or what did we do? Why was there like a mini polygon? The way this is modeled is also just completely different to how I model these things nowadays. Back when I did these, for some reason I felt it was very important that like my meshes were watertight, except for the bottom. But like I wanted the rest of the mesh to be like manifold, and that's not necessarily a very good idea. Like it's not really a problem, but it kind of leads you to model in a certain way that ends up not looking very organic, or like, well, not organic really, but natural, right? And so that's one reason why it kind of looked a little plastic, I think, and very sort of grid-like. Nowadays I just like mash together all kinds of things. Not so much in this level. This level is going to be like a little bit influenced by this. Oh, hey Jake. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you can see like a very sort of like regular grid pattern thingy going on here. And that is of course because it really is that. So this thing has just been like cut out from above like this line here, like like that. And then it's just been like, you know, extruded down and cut up into a grid like that. And that's really not what, you know, rock looks like. It's much more kind of random and irregular. There are definitely times where you want to watertight mesh. Absolutely, absolutely. And watertight meshes, like there's a very handy little tool here called the 3D print toolbar, which does all kinds of things. I think we should probably go here, right? Check all non-manifold edges. You can see here that I did a pretty good job back when I did this. Oh, my phone's ringing again. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm very popular today, it looks like. Let's see, especially for animation or if you're baking normals. Yeah, those are things that, you know, I don't do a whole lot. I do bake normals occasionally. I do have some Project Slide especially used a lot of normal maps. I don't really do it in this game. But yeah, that can be important. Animation, I don't really do like, you know, skinned meshes at all in this game. I just animate using my own like animation hierarchies, and it's like mostly non-organic stuff, so that doesn't really concern me. But yeah, if you're doing like things like 3D printing, for example, there can be not just like, it's not just like necessarily like a best practice. It might be something that you like literally have to do, or the software will just tell you that mesh is not watertight, I'm not gonna do anything. Hi Huggy Footage, welcome to the stream. But anyway, yeah, you can do things like this. You can just find all the non-manifold edges, and we can see that it kind of just selects all the things of the outline there, so that's pretty good. Non-flat faces, we have quite a few of them, especially now that we started messing with this thing. Overhang face is just one. Where is it? It's right there. Oh, that's actually that's not supposed to be a face there at all. I'll probably extrude at that at some point. Just get rid of that. But you know, if you're doing something like this and you're not doing normal mapping necessarily, we can go to, where should we go to? Here's Blender. Let's go open another Blender instance. We can really take it to the extreme by going to the depot one. This is when let's go like maybe one up. There we go. Go cliffs, work, open this guy. This has all the cliffs in the same Blender file for the depot level. So there's some like really horrendous examples here of just like intersecting geometry. Like if you look at this, for example, we can find all the non-manifold edges here. You can see that it's just like, it's basically all of them, all of the inner edges. There's even some kind of bad inefficiencies here where it's just overlapping faces. But this was when I really kind of just like started trying to figure out, okay, what is this art style going to look like? What am I gonna use? How am I gonna model all of these cliffs that we have like hundreds of in this game? here's another one that I bet has just like a ton of those. Check all. So yeah, we have lots of non-manifold edges here. Because these are really just kind of like stitched together. I'm just like almost like doing kit bashing here in the mesh. You can see here the outlines of those. And so we're gonna do a whole lot of this today, but we're gonna do it sort of like on top of that mesh that we have going there in the old art style. You know, because this is not really what cliffs look like. Typically you can achieve a somewhat decent looking cliff by just like having pieces and then just like having them intersect all over the place. One might say that is kind of like perhaps the best way to do cliffs if you're like kit bashing in your level editor rather than doing it here in Blender, but oh well, I'm doing it here now. Anyway, so we have this thing. Here we have an edge which is like way too kind of regular and also very high up, so I'm gonna have to bring that down for sure. Let's do that right now. Modeling using watertight meshes also kind of means that you're gonna have a lot more geometry than if you just allow geometry to intersect, because quite often you can just have, you can achieve sort of like the shape that you're going for if you allow, you know, shapes to intersect using just a few shapes, where like otherwise there would be just like a whole bunch of geometry. Let's say you have like a straight piece that needs to like intersect with a round piece. Well, if you or like, you know, have a straight piece that meets a round piece of something, like a pipe that enters a wall, right? If you want it to be watertight, you're gonna have to actually cut a hole into that wall and have a vertex all around that you know, circle of that pipe, if the pipe is circular, of course. While if you allow, you know, geometry to intersect, you can just like, well, have the pipe intersect the wall, and the wall can still be just like, it can be like a single triangle even. That's kind of like the extreme case, but that has been my experience in a whole lot of these modeling these cliffs, that like you can just get away with a whole lot of stuff and have the topology be quite simple if you allow intersecting job. Okay folks, we are back. I went ahead and switched our internet connection here on my end to another one. I have sort of a backup one here, so hopefully the connection is going to be a bit more stable from now on. 1 second, I'll go and do one more thing here on my end. Okay, So hopefully we are good to go now for a while. Let's save this. So this doesn't look very good. I'm gonna want to just add a whole bunch of things and probably modify this a bit more. But I was thinking we could maybe start exporting this thing and actually create a game object for it already, because then we can put it into the world and we can start looking at it there and, you know, figure, is this gonna look good or not? Quite early now, because, well, this cliff has already been, you know, sort of designed years ago, so I'll have to spend like a whole lot of time on what shape should this be. It's just more like, okay, how can we make this look nice and kind of like according to the new art style. So we're gonna do just that. I'm gonna take this guy and I'm gonna export it as Cliff3, add that little R there on the end, like so, and we can go here to our asset browser and create a copy of that game object type. So refinery level specific, we can find cliff number 3, we can see it here in the asset preview. Yep, that's the one. The pivot is kind of in an interesting place here. Don't know why it's set up like this, but you know, it is what it is. We don't need to change that. Oh, one thing I'm gonna want to do actually here is I'm gonna want to generate collision data for it. So cliff3r fbx physics data. Level specific. And we go here and we duplicate this guy. So I'm leaving the old one there, for now at least. Just drag this up here under the old one. And just add R there. And at this point it's still kind of works with the old material even. You can see that it some of this looks kind of weird and wonky. But because we haven't changed it more than this, it kind of still works. I'm gonna want to do the same thing for the collisions. Yep, that looks good. We have collision data. I'm gonna take the material out though. Instead we're gonna use block out gray, like so. And so then this guy we can just plonk into the level. Before we do that though, let's have a quick look here on the baker side again. Let's see if we have some light maps. Oh, I can't do that actually. No, okay. I forgot, because when I switched the internet connection, we're no longer on the same network as the baker one. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, let's do it later. Maybe we can switch back later, and that'll be fine. But okay. Unload and reload the engine backend. And we'll re-hook up the blueprints there. Rightio. And so now we're gonna want to copy this guy's transform, and then we can add 3R. It's that one, and just copy it and paste it into the same place. We can remove the old one, and yeah, we can see that we have some funkiness going on here. So this is before we actually remove the old one, what is it called? It's called Cliff 4, okay. Cool, and this is called Cliff 3R. Copy full path. I think it's probably that one. Yeah, that one needs to be again made aware of this cliff. Let's do a little bit of fixing up here of this terrain. So when we lowered this guy by essentially eating up that bevel, we have these pieces of the terrain here kind of coming through, which is a little annoying, but it's a pretty easy thing to fix up. And again, I don't want to necessarily spend like a whole lot of time on this, because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this like entire endeavor of redoing these cliffs in the demo level. I want to do it so that we have them in the same art style as the rest of the game, yes, but you know, there's so much to do here to ship this thing that I've already spent more time on the cliffs in this level than in any other, trying to figure out this thing in the first place. So we're gonna try to be kind of efficient with this. While I'm doing this, I might explain a little bit of my upcoming plans here for the game. I'm planning on shipping pre-alpha 5 once I have well, everything that I want for that build in the game. Redoing these things, finalizing this demo level essentially is one of them. We also have some buildings here that are undone, like that one and that one, things like that, that I want to get done finally. So we actually have a level here that doesn't have any like untextured things or anything like that. And I also want to do, there's going to be a bit of a redesign of the narrative side of the game. I have some plans for that. I'm sure there'll be like a video or a stream or something on that front when it happens. But I want that in pre-alpha 5 as well, so that I can get some feedback on how that works. Sort of like almost like an experiment, I might say. And yeah, I'm thinking I'm actually probably going to be shipping like both the old and the new version of this level. At least I'm gonna keep the old version around for a while, but the new version is obviously the one that's gonna be like in the demo when you just click start demo in the main menu and all of that. So those are the two big ones, fixing up this level and the narrative refresh. It's mostly just like a presentation thing. The narrative is exactly the same, but it's like a presentation thing. And then, of course, we have some other new things that aren't in pre-alpha 4. Things like the redone vehicle sounds, that sort of thing. Then there are some technical things that I'm hoping to have in, things like borderless full screen support, stuff like that. So there's quite a lot of stuff actually still to do, but I'm hoping to have that out relatively soon during the spring. And if you want to play that, indeed, if you want to play the pre-alpha 4 version, which is available today, you can do that by joining the Discord. And there are instructions there on how to get your hands on a build. And you can play pre-alpha 4 right now if you want to. What is that? That's this thing. Yeah, this is very strange now. This is very strange now. Yeah, so I think we've arrived at the place now here where we are going to have to start thinking about, okay, how are we actually going to like make this look nice, essentially. You can see the lighting doesn't quite work here on some of these things. This is just like wildly non-planar, this thing. Yeah, I kind of don't really like that a whole lot. It's this part here. It's kind of bumpy. It's bumpy just because we have this cut here. What if we actually move this down quite a bit? Let's see what happens. Right, so there's something there which doesn't... Oh, there's actually a very small gap there. Okay, that's stupid. It's probably a mistake from back when I actually modeled this thing. Alright. Then we can get rid of that. Yeah, so I apologize if my voice is raw still. Like I said, I had a pretty bad flu earlier in the week, and still kind of recovering from that in many ways. I'm just absolutely out of commission for a few days. Which is annoying because I had planned to do some streaming and other things. Kind of just all the plans went completely down the drain with that. And the reason why I'm doing this now is because I just didn't have any energy to do like any programming earlier in the week, when I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to do some work, otherwise I'm gonna get so freaking far behind my schedule. But I just couldn't bring myself to like do any programming, anything that actually requires like any sort of thinking, right? So I just started doing this, and yeah, all needs to be done, so it's fine, but wasn't exactly what I was planning originally I would do. There's a little bit of wonkiness here with the lighting here. That's because we have this very, like essentially what Blender does is that. We don't want that. That's not nice. So we can maybe do it that way, but then we'll have the same issue here with like, whoa, we have like that and then that, and we get another one of these really tight ones. So I'm just gonna merge that there. I don't think we'll lose like a whole lot of fidelity there that way. gonna be quite okay. I'm gonna want to make sure that these things are sharp though. Those end guns are killing me. Sorry about that. Hopefully you'll manage to stay alive. Yeah, the reason I have end guns is basically because I do this. I do like, you know, especially with these kind of cuts, they're basically done like this. Let's see if I remember how to do this. You do bisect, right? And then you do how did it actually work? Select edges, right? You need to get like, yeah, exactly. You need to select some faces like this. I think bisect actually kind of requires you to have sort of like an outcrop. That's why it's probably done there. All right, like if we extrude something like that, right, and then you select those. Oh, I have it selected already, or still rather. Select those faces, and then you do the bisect thingy. You can like drag like that. Didn't have the thing that makes it cut all the way through. No, okay, I just didn't have that selected for some reason. You can like bisect it like that, right? And then you can get rid of those, and you get like a face there. Actually, I don't know if this is actually done with the bisect, but I have a whole lot of things like that are made with a bisect. Now you can bisect it some more, right? You can do again, I have the thing selected there. You can do that, so we have all of that selected now, and then you can bisect it some more. So you can do bisect, and you can drag it like that, and then you can do fill, you can do clear outer. And you know, this just gives you like a whole bunch of end guns, and this is probably actually why we had that little tiny gap like that previously there, because bisect tends to give you that kind of thing. So now we can just like continue bisecting. Oh, that's not it actually. I keep forgetting that I have to select these things before it works. Right. And just do bisect. And again, it doesn't want it because I haven't selected those things. Yoink. Yeah, that's how I did a whole lot of those like cutaways. Can you snap the bisect to vertices? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it follows the snapping. Snap during transform, but that's not the same thing. I don't think you can. Axis threshold. I don't think you can do that, but you can do things like this. Anyway, I haven't used this in a whole while because, like I said, this is not really how I do the modeling of these guys anymore. But yeah, I have some end guns here, especially with this this environment stuff. be some endguns and some of the vehicles as well, but probably not as much. The vehicles are like hero objects, so I just put a whole lot more effort into modeling those, because you're gonna be looking at them, you know, basically all the time you're playing the game. I'm using knife tool for this. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I may have done this actually using knife tool, because this uses like a, this has almost like a 90-degree thingy going for it here, right? But I don't remember actually. Or maybe this was actually done using, you know, you can do it with a Boolean operator as well. You just like, you put like a mesh here, and then you cut out something from that. I don't remember actually. Anyway, all of these tend to give you n-guns, and then you have to kind of clear them up if you don't want those n-guns to be there. You learn so much by watching how someone else works. Yes. I think I learned something from you, Jake, actually, in one of your streams. I might have been watching like the VOD or something. This was some time ago, but basically I think I learned from you that like Control X is the what's it called, dissolve thing, like the shortcut. Like you can just do Control X, Control X, Control X, Control X, right? I had never actually even thought about the fact that there would be a key for that. I just always went, you know, X and then dissolve, X, dissolve, X, dissolve. And because Blender is, you know, nice enough to place the menu where on so that it immediately hits this dissolve edges option. It kind of worked well enough, but I think I learned from one of your streams that you can just do Control X like that. And I was like, oh yeah, that's nice. So give and take. Well, yeah, bisect is very cool if you want to, you know, if you want to just cut off like a large piece into two, and then with the filling and the removing of the outside or the inside and whatever, you can very easily, you know, chip off corners of something here, right? We can just do that, and then you can do bisect all the way there, fill and clear outer, right? Now you get that monstrosity, which is definitely an end gun, right? But if you just want that, then it's pretty handy. But it's a little bit hidden because it's like usually this sits at knife, and you have to remember to make it the bisect one. Okay, so now if we export this one more time, just for completion's sake, and we look at this, it looks kind of boring still. It's not very nice. It still has this old art style. Oh, there's something that we need to fix. We'll get back to that. It still has this old art style idea of these like grids, right, everywhere. Here's clearly a grid. You know, you have a cell there, you have a cell here, then that's probably a cell that's just like moved slightly to the left and then extruded. This cell is extruded. You know, this cell is extruded. It's just like looks nasty. I don't like it. So what I've done, at least a little bit of here, is well, first of all, I've taken some of this stuff and actually like brought it upwards a little bit. So rather than just having these weird looking Tetris pieces here, I've favored having fewer of them. Okay, well, bisect tool now. Thank you very much. So we'll have fewer of them. I'm just going to take that away. And bring that down a little bit. Then we will fill in these places here. We'll see what happens. I don't exactly know. Something like this, right? And then we take this guy, which is, I don't know what happened to this guy. It just completely borked the shape of it. Yeah, part of that is actually underground, but that's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna take this thing, I think, and bring it upwards. I'm gonna get rid of those. Actually, I'm gonna merge these two. Now that I think about it, or do I? Let's not do it yet. We might do it later. I'm gonna bring it upwards. Thank you. Get rid of those faces. Subdivide that and just kind of like snap this to that one, and then we can, oh, come on, we can do that. We can actually keep this kind of nice and tight. I think that will probably look pretty cool. So we have this very sort of almost like crack here. Maybe we can like make it a little almost like winding this way. Something like that. That might look alright. We're gonna have to figure out if it actually does. And then I'm gonna take these and probably also let's add a face there. And then just bring this up a little bit and scale it down a little bit. Something like that, maybe. Rather than just having this top be very sort of very kind of flat and even Steven. We don't want that. We might want to move those down. Yep, something like that. Then just like this side, or almost like the entire top of this thing is just like, it's very strange. This is not how cliffs tend to look. I think there's also something strange with this guy, is there? Maybe not. Gonna look like a double. Like that thing kind of looks too heavy somehow. This line here must look like a double edge. Evidently it's not. Right, so we have here sort of like, almost looks like Legos. And this kind of comes from the fact how I just drew this thing in 2D when I started doing this, but yeah, this is not really how cliffs look. So I think we're gonna want to take some of these kind of outcroppings away here. This one has this cut here, which is, you know, a nice detail. So let's get rid of this guy. And then instead what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the thing that I talked about earlier, where I just intersect a whole bunch of things with this entire piece. And that tends to look kind of alright. That got strange. We don't want to do that. We want to do probably that one instead. And I feel we can quite happily make these be sharp. Okay, how does that look? Does that look more interesting? I think it already looks like a little more interesting. This is very strange. What is going on here? We have a face here which is very non-linear. We have another face there which is very non-linear. Just bring that in. I think that might fix that, at least for now. Yes. Look at that. And like, doesn't this already look more like a cliff? Like, albeit like a cartoony cliff, but still, doesn't it already look a lot more like a cliff than this side here? I'm just undoing some of these decisions that I made, like the fact that like these top edges should have these have this, you know, bevel, and we always have these like kind of like square looking outcroppings. We still have those actually here, but we're gonna start messing with them next. How deep does that actually go? I'm just gonna put a face there so that if we use it somewhere else where we need a bit more space or depth, then we have that here. Right, something like that, okay? So the first thing that we can do is we can just actually mess with these things so that they are not quite as square as they have been so far. So actually just like deform them a little bit. This is just like very, very square for some reason. You can also use the randomizer in Blender, just make things more random if you want to. That can be a good idea, or it can just make it look very strange. I sometimes apply a little bit of randomizer if I kind of feel like something looks a little too regular or whatever. What if we do this, extrude that up ever so slightly, and then we can take that face away. We can probably actually just merge those together now that I think about it, and maybe even that one, and actually not that one. Let's just bring those down. Yeah, this is something I would typically just use intersecting geometry with. Here we're not doing it, and that of course means that we have like, it affects this underside as well here. That can look nice, but it also might look strange. We're gonna have to see. Now, however, we can. This is of course not something you can necessarily do with intersecting geometry. We can just modify the levels here on the side a bit. Off topic. Do you find the background music yourself, or is it just a playlist? Because my music taste is too aggressive to focus when doing this stuff. This is Epidemic Sound. Here's my stream stream playlist. So yeah, this is stuff that I have added over the years. I think this one is a track that when I logged into this today again after a little bit of time, it just suggested this to me, and it was like, yeah, add this to. Why don't you add it to your stream playlist? And so yeah, it's this kind of stuff. It should be noted this is something you pay for. I don't remember what it costs actually. Pricing. Okay, apparently I have this one, but I bought it when there was some sort of sale going on. I don't pay quite that much. But yeah, anyway, Epidemic Sound is the thing that I use for these streams, and I've spoken about it in the past that like I really wish I could just pay some I don't know, some government institution something money so that I could play, you know, actually good music on these streams. My music taste is like really quite wide. I listen to everything from like opera to heavy metal and folk songs and EDM and just basically anything that I'm in the mood for. So I really wish I could just play all kinds of weird and wonderful crap for you guys. Okay, folks, I am going to take a 10-minute break or so. I'll have to go take care of some family business. Actually, I want that on. Yeah, that makes it much easier. Cavity rendering. Yeah, so I will be back in about 10 minutes, might be even less than that. We'll see how it goes. And then I think we're gonna start just bashing things together with this. We're gonna take some of the stuff from the older cliffs and see how they work together with this one. And that should be good. So yeah, back in a little bit. Let's put on a quick break visual. Bloop. And I'll see you in a bit. So, needed to go take care of some family business. Let's hope that the family manages for a while. Okay, so we have this thing. And it's looking pretty alright. Some of this is really boring still. I want to probably do that. Make that a little less boxy. Maybe something similar here actually. Just lift that up a little bit. Make it a bit less kind of just like, you know, 90-degree angles everywhere. The old art style was just full of 90-degree angles, and I want to get rid of that as much as I can for this. Yeah, this is like wildly non-planar. Something like that, maybe. Okay. This is also a little strange. Are those things actually even underground or above ground or what? They are above ground, yes, okay. Let's move those down. Whoa, hey. Ketal says, weirdly, I somewhat enjoy the stock music when thinking about stuff. Yeah, you're not wrong. If you want just sort of background music almost, stock music tends to be kind of alright. A lot of that stuff is kind of like, doesn't really make you, whoa. Doesn't really make you feel a whole lot other than just like it's just some background noise for doing something. If I'm doing something really complicated, especially if it involves like programming, then I typically want to listen to music, yes. I typically want some album that I know very well, so that there's no sort of sonic surprises. I don't exactly know how I want this to look here. That's what I'm just trying different things. Maybe that's alright. Yeah, you kind of don't really want any sonic surprises that take like, oh, what is this? This is cool, or anything. I don't want all your brain power going into solving the issue that you're trying to solve. At least that's how it is for me. So I have like a few go-to albums that I know. Okay, this is kind of like good work music. Needs to be good music though, right? Needs to be something you really like. Alright, so this is starting to look kind of okay. Some of this is really kind of boring, like this is kind of boring, but I think we can add some interest here. Then we have this thing here. This is just like, what is this? What is this? Like, first of all, there's a lot of like 90-degree or almost 90-degree angles here. I hate that. And second of all, like what is this? This is just like weird, I don't know. Almost look like a monkey head. So I'm gonna want to do something quite drastic to this whole thing, I think. Like we might want to just like simplify it like a whole lot. So we have this thing that kind of comes down here, and we would just like make it very, very plain and nondescript, almost boring, and then we'll, using intersecting geometry, we'll add some details on top of it. I think that's perhaps what I want to do here, because this is just strange. There's just strange what's going on here. So let's try to, like here as well. Like what is happening here on this side? It's so weird. You can't see it because it's underground, but it's just very strange and needlessly complex. So let's like merge everything from that point downwards, I think. Center, 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 and center. And like we really kind of don't even need geometry at this depth at all, because the ground is like somewhere up here. It's like at this level. So that's kind of unnecessary. Mr. Yum asks, what type of game are you making? This is a puzzle exploration game involving vehicles that you drive around in a kind of a slightly mysterious sci-fi setting, and you basically try to get off this this planet where weird things are happening. And yeah, it's a puzzle game essentially, but it's a puzzle game involving like lots of like really nice feeling physical driving. So think like your Halo Warthogs, or in some limited sense even something like Spin Tires or Mud Runners, Snow Runners, that kind of deal. It's very much sort of physics based. If you look at the chat or in the description below, you will find the Steam page link to Attraction Point. And you can watch the Steam trailer there on the store page, and you can of course also join the Discord and play the pre-alpha 3. Sorry, pre-alpha 4. We're up to pre-alpha 4 now. Right now, if you want to. You can just stop watching the stream and go play if you want to. That sounds interesting. Almost like a Jack and Daxter sort of game. Especially the Jack 3 with the cars. Well... it is more kind of physics driven than Jack and Daxter. I mean, I appreciate the the association there. Jack and Daxter is awesome. The Jack and Daxter series is probably like my favorite PS2 series ever. I played all 3 games, especially the first 2. Played so much of those games back in the day. Yeah, this is more physics driven for sure than Jack and Daxter. Jack and Daxter obviously was also made by Naughty Dog, who was a much smaller company at the time, but still they had a few people working on the game. This is mostly a one-man show, so there's not gonna be, you know, the amount of like cinematics and voice acting and all of that as Jack and Daxter had, especially the 2 second games. What do I want to do with this? Maybe just like bring them in quite a lot like that. Yeah, I think that will probably work. Won't it? speaking of Jack and Daxter, I saw the other day there is this thing called Open Goal, which is, I don't know if it's like reverse engineered or if it's just like clean room implemented, and a version of the of Goal, which is the game-oriented assembly Lisp, so the programming language that they used for building Jack and Daxter. And Open Goal is like an open source version of that, which is quite recent actually. Hasn't been around for very long. And this video that I saw was someone had made a Half-Life mod for Jack and Daxter, which is like one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. So basically it makes Jack and Daxter first person, first of all, but also it gives you the Half-Life weapons, so you can play through the entire Jack and Daxter 1, like the precursor legacy, using Half-Life style mechanics. That looks weird. This looks weird because we have like all of these like just, you know, intersecting here in the middle of this thing here. So it's kind of, I don't like that because it makes it very obvious that, oh, okay, yeah, there's a vertex there. That's why they're intersecting there. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna take that away, bring this down, and instead we're gonna intersect them down here. Not like that though. We're gonna do that, then we're gonna do that. Now we have the freedom to do whatever we want here instead. So yeah, go on YouTube. Not right now, of course, but when the stream has ended. Go and search on YouTube for Jack and Daxter Half-Life, and you'll find this wonderful thing which someone has made. It was pretty fun looking. Probably gonna get rid of that one. Sort of rearranging the topography here a little bit. And I guess technically we should add like faces here as well, right? So center and then just bring that down like that. Okay, that's better. I think it was actually, I think it was called Jack, not Jack, I think it was called Gordon and Daxter, actually, the mod. So you can probably find it with that as well, by searching for that on YouTube. Right, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have like all sorts of wonky, yeah, we have some wonky faces here. That's all right, sort of. Now it kind of just like looks like molten lava or something, which of course I guess it, you know, it was at some point. If we want to get real nerdy with our like volcanic activity here, but let's not maybe do that. I'm gonna want to probably do this, enable, what is it called? Proportional editing is what it's called, and then like move it up just like a little bit, something like that. Yeah, I think this is better. So here actually now we can probably we can dissolve that edge Now this thing is like wildly non-planar again, but that we can fix. Get rid of the proportional editing at least for a bit. Then we're gonna make this be more interesting. This you know whole block piece here. So I think that's a pretty all right start. That is a Envy Cliffs Cliff 7. I wonder if that was the maybe that's actually not the object at all. Is that the object? Cliff 3R. Yeah, that is the object. Okay, so we have this grass here. This is actually a rare instance of grass kind of looking alright when it is doing this thing where it's kind of like snapping to the top of an object. I wonder if we should just leave that there. I wasn't actually planning on doing that. I don't think we're gonna do that after all. But here we have actually some kind of strange lighting going on. So I bet that is actually, if you go here and we hold down the Alt button, you can see, yeah, the lighting kind of comes back. Because we had a very, very dark patch of grass there. Gonna take away some of this stuff here. We can bring it back later if we want to. Like so. There we go. Right, so we're gonna want to add some stuff here, but be careful not to actually put it right here in the middle, because like the mother vehicle will need to actually be able to drive here. Oh. We have a warning. How exciting. Let's see, shell grass 20. Grass 20. This guy. Blip. Points to a non-existing object. Cliffs 14. Yeah. Wonder if that was 14. This is one reason actually why I have so this is now the version that we're working on. Let's just minimize that as well. We're gonna do launch JSON and go into refinery blockout. So that's the old version. I'm gonna see which one of those cliffs is cliff 14. Since we have the ability here in the game to actually ask things, hey, what's your name? That's 15. That's 14. Huh. That's 14. 14 is quite far, actually. Yeah, 14 is not even, or, you know, what was 14 is not actually even inside of that object. So that's kind of stupid. Now it's called Cliff 7R2, but I think I'm just gonna take that away. Nope, that's not how we do it. That's how we do it. Yeah. That looks better, I think. I wonder if we have actually light maps for this guy now. I would have to actually switch networks though to figure that out. And that means that there would be a little bit of a break in the stream. Maybe we can like do that at some point, but let's not do it right now. I don't wanna mess with that more than I have to. Did you make your own game engine? I did, yes. Yes. It's all self-made. It's all self-made. And as of Monday, we actually have sounds for the mother vehicle finally. So master vol. Listen to this. Bringing the volume down a little bit here. Do let me know if I'm just like blowing your ears out with this. My mix might not match yours exactly. But yeah, this is completely custom tech, and the tools are completely custom tools, and so on. So we're gonna want to make sure that we can actually drive here. Even though we add some more details to this thingy here. And this, just pause that for a bit. This thing here just looks like an absolute box of a thing, because the angle here now just like matches the angle of the terrain there. That's just annoying. So what do we do about that? I specifically kind of made this slanted because I figured that, yeah, it's going to look like a little nicer, but then it kind of ends up matching the angle of the terrain completely, and that's something I don't want. So let's bring this down, maybe, and let's bring this up instead. We should be able to just like hot update this in game. Yeah, just updates in the game, running game. Yeah, that's nicer that we have it that way. Now we have some funky and slightly wonky. Geometry there. What language did I use? I used a bunch of languages actually, but I'm assuming you mean like the main language for the engine. That would be C++. It's the main language for the engine. The game is actually written in Zig, in the Zig language, which is a fairly new language and one that I like a whole lot. So that would be like the game logic. So the thing that like drives the vehicles and the missions and the camera, how the camera moves and that stuff. That's all Zig. But the actual game engine is C++. It's a little bit of a hybrid thing. And then the editor, as well as most of the tools, is actually C#. So I'm kind of using, I think we need more geometry here. I'm just going to cut that out like so. Blender like a fighting chance here to actually like make these things a bit more planar. Yeah, I'm kind of using the tools that I think, you know, work best for a certain, or the languages that work best for a certain thing. And that kind of tends to be different for different parts of the project, I feel. Whoa, that's not what I want to do. Is that actually planar? It is planar, yeah, okay. And the funkiness in lighting actually comes from the fact that it kind of like yeah, I think that's probably fine. Let's do one more thing here. Let's move probably like this a bit further this way so that we don't line up those two, because that also tends to look kind of like, it kind of gives away that okay, yeah, this is you know, there's a vertex there and a vertex there, and they're kind of like perfectly lined up. Tends to not look very good in my opinion. Something like this. I'm just, you know, micro tweaking this thing now, I know. I shouldn't really be doing that, but can't be helped. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of micro tweaking. I want to make an engine for my game. The extra copy I talked about earlier. Yeah, do it. Making engines is fun. Making games with engines is even more fun in my opinion. Which is why I'm trying to like not really bike shed a whole lot. Right now I'm trying to like really just work on the game. Try to get the game out. And so there are a whole lot of things that I would kind of want to do. Would be fun to do. Would that look cool? Not necessarily. Let's not do it. Yeah, there are kind of a whole lot of things that would be kind of fun to do on the engine, but I'm kind of just trying to not do everything just because it's fun. But yeah, definitely making engines is fun. So you should do it. Absolutely, go for it. Just be aware that it will take years and years, and you'll have a lot more gray hairs when you're done. Actually, that's a lie, because you will never be done. An engine is never done. It's just abandoned. But it can be done, I guess, in the sense that you know, reached your goals or whatever. Any tips for me? Well, probably, but you're gonna have to be more specific. Typically I tell people, yeah, sure, I probably have tips for you, but you okay, I have a few tips for you. These are things that I typically tell people all the time. They may not apply to you, but sure, if you want tips, I have some tips for you. Which object is that, by the way, before I go into tips land? Yeah, it's clearly it's not that one, it's the other one. This is the annoying thing here with my grass areas, that they can be kind of tricky to see. Oh. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I'm gonna actually have to use that object if I want to paint grass closer to the work. Yeah. Otherwise it's gonna snap and jump on top of it again. Oh yeah, Jake is also chiming in with tips. You should listen to Jake. Jake is also making his own game with his own engine and knows what he's talking about. My biggest tip for anyone building their engine. I've actually thought about making a video about this. But I don't know, people are probably gonna be just so freaking mad at me again. They always get mad at me when I make a video about talking about something. I'm just like, I don't know. I'll probably do it at some point. Anyway, tip number 1: don't spend too much time on the renderer. The renderer is a trap. The renderer is a trap. It's a dark black hole that will suck all your time away. And for years you'll just be messing around with the renderer. This is everything. All of my tips, by the way, are kind of like tips for people who want to make an engine to actually build a game, right? If you want to make an engine, to have an engine and work on an engine, and that is the end goal of having an engine that you can experiment with, and you don't care if you will ever ship anything with it, then you know, do whatever you want. These tips don't concern you, if that makes sense. But if you want to ship a game with an engine, then these tips might or might not help you out. And yeah, don't spend too much time on the renderer. Spend enough time on the renderer so that you can get stuff going. My renderer is still like woefully lacking in certain areas, and it will probably always be that because I'm not a very good rendering engineer. And it's fine. I design around those things. Sometimes I can't design around those things, and then I spend some time actually working on the renderer, making it better. Things get suppressed, it seems. They do, yeah. It's a bit annoying. This has been talked about on my streams for years at this point. I'd like you to be able to post links. I would gladly approve that if someone can tell me how I do it. But I don't know if it can be done or not. Is that a little bit too boxy right now? That might actually be. Might have to actually lower this part after all, at least like the top of it. Let's compare it to the previous version. Let's see what that looked like. Yeah, it's definitely lower. I don't like the profile here for this thing. I like this profile better. And that is because of that proportional editing we did there previously. Okay, let's bring this down a little bit. Anyway, so tip number 1 is don't spend too much time on the renderer. Don't make a game where the renderer is the thing that you think. Like, don't make an engine thinking, oh, I'm gonna show those. Show those big engine people. My renderer is gonna be the best, the coolest, and I'm gonna make a game that I could never make in Unreal because the renderer is too bad. No, you're just not gonna do that unless unless you are like, I don't know, maybe like Sebastian Aaltonen or someone like him could have some very, very specific needs. For the renderer, I don't think you will have that. So just make a good enough renderer, or even use like an existing rendering library for it or whatever. Because it's a time vampire. You'll just be working on it for years, and in the end you'll be nowhere closer to beating those big guys than you were in the beginning. That's tip number 1. Tip number 2 is make it as easy as possible to get stuff into the game. It's worth mentioning that like my engine doesn't necessarily follow all of these things. I've tried to fix some of these things later on, but it wasn't necessarily always super easy to get stuff into this game. Now it is easier, and that makes it a lot easier to actually build things with it, right? But if you're thinking about something like how easy is it for me to bring in a new piece of, well, a new mesh, how easy is it, how many steps does it take for me to get a new mesh into my level here? That's something that can like significantly impact your game project if it takes too many steps to do that. I'm not kidding here. It is really kind of remarkable what a productivity boost you can gain just from making it easier and faster to do things like that. Does that look cool? I don't know. Should we just maybe merge those two? Like what is happening here now, more or less, you know, organically, is that I'm doing this kind of thing, and you know, all of a sudden we have like a sharp edge that's just sort of like running around this entire thing. That wasn't necessarily the plan from the beginning, but that is kind of just like what is happening now. So I'm seeing what that gives me, if that is cool. But here, for example, like a perfect example here is okay, how much work do I have to do to get these refreshed meshes to show up in the game? Not really anything. I just hit, you know, Q because I've had it added to my quick favorites. Then I hit enter here because I've already set the previous path here correctly. I just hit enter and then I alt tab here, and then I go into the game and I see, okay, that was a bad bad choice. Then I can undo it and go back and do the same thing again, and like 1 second later it's refreshed. This is kind of annoying that it keeps spamming these things. I have to clear the thing there. That is of course self-inflicted by me just writing that thing all the time. But anyway, that sort of thing just makes it so that you do those small tests. You test out things that you otherwise wouldn't. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Have a good stream if you're gonna stream today. Later. But yeah, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, tip number 2 is just make it as easy as possible to add content to your game. That will pay off in the end. I don't know if I'm super happy with this thing, like it needs to be said, but you know, it is here and it has been here for a while. It's kind of strange, but I think it's better than it was previously. So I think we're gonna leave it. I'm gonna start adding some of those. I've talked for a while now in this stream already about the fact that I'm gonna kit bash this little thing. Kit bash this thing a little bit. And I think it might be time to start doing that. I do kind of wonder about this sharp edge here. Maybe it's not necessary. Like if we clear that sharpness there, then we have these things here being sharp or still. We can undo that. I was just sharp down there. Maybe that's better. I think it probably is. So yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. We have clearly some not planar faces here. Oh, and there's what is that? What is happening here? Will my game run on 32-bit Windows 10? It will certainly not run on anything 32-bit. This game engine has been 64-bit only for probably 10 years. Actually, probably 15 years. It has been 64-bit since, I think, Visual Studio 2008. Visual Studio 2008, I think, is when I made it 64-bit. Since then there has been no 32-bit. Oh, what am I doing? That's not what I want to do at all. Since then there has been no 32-bit version of it, so no, it will not run on anything 32-bit, Windows 10 or otherwise. It does run on Windows 10 though. Last time I checked, it even ran on Windows 8. I don't have a Windows 7 machine. Well, okay, I should say last time I checked, it ran on Windows 7 also, but that was some time ago, and I'm sure that it would probably have to be built for Windows 7 if I wanted that to happen. But that I'm not doing anything that like would make it so they wouldn't run on Windows 7. I just think that I'm probably using some SDK or something that doesn't necessarily work on Windows 7. I don't know. You're struggling to download Windows 10 64-bit. Okay, well. Can't help you there, but of course Windows 10 is not even supported anymore, so maybe that has something to do with it. Okay. So I'm gonna finally do the kit bashing thingy. So how do we do that? Well, I have a whole bunch of these cliffs already modeled for essentially kind of originally for the where's my bookmark? I did a bookmark here, but I think I did it in another Blender instance, so I think we'll probably have to restart that one for it to show up. Let's see if that is the case. So clip 3 and append, and my bookmark is not here. That's strange. Basically, I want this. I want map depot there in the bookmark. We can add a cliff from here, something like maybe number 12. Just add that off to the side. I'm gonna save this. Does my bookmark stay now then? Yeah, okay, now we have the bookmark there. I don't know what that was about. Anyway, we have meshes like this that are, let's move that off to the side there, maybe rotate it a little bit. Something like this. I just selected this one randomly. I don't know if this is the best option, but basically what I was thinking we would do here is we would look at something like this and just like get that. I want to get like a collection of things like that. We're gonna bring it over into this new mesh, and we're gonna strategically add it to this guy in some nice place here. Whoop. And yeah, there's something to be said for actually like having this as a separate mesh in the game engine that you could add, and I do that as well. I do that as well, of course. 3R basis mesh. Oh, there might be, yeah, actually we want to get rid of that. Let's just completely get rid of that material, otherwise we're gonna get some weird material funkiness happening here. In this case, I don't think we want those. Sure that's the correct thing to do there. Stuff you make in Blender autosaves to your game engine. Yeah, but you haven't actually seen it yet. So what you're seeing here is actually just, it's me exporting things into FBX form, and then the game engine, or the game rather, just doing an auto hot update. Like you can hot update anything here in this. Probably messing up this again, or is it? Oh, it's actually just underground. Okay, that's why it's not visible. You can hot update essentially any resource. Not all of them are hot updatable, right? If you run the game and then you modify the level file for the level that you're currently in, like what would even happen? I don't even know what would happen. So in that case, like nothing happens. That is the answer there. But the resource can be hot updated, and so game gets a notification that like, hey, this thing changed on disk, and then it reloads it, right? That's how you see this stuff appearing here in the editor when I do this hot updating. You can see bloop, now it's there. So that's that. But I have something much cooler actually, which I can demonstrate here for you. Because here I am actually like I am exporting this Blender, you know, export FBX into this folder, blah blah blah. But if I don't want to do that, I can do something much cooler than that. I can open up another Blender instance. And I have an add-on here called Basis Blender Sync, which we can start the server here. That just means that this Blender instance is now connected to my game engine. And now if I add a quick mesh here, this quick mesh thing is just it's just the name that I came up with, so that I have like an entry point to this thing. I can model something in the level. Let's say I wanted to add a small house here, and we have these little people here. The house needs to go in between these rocks. I just add an object here, and I click Edit in Blender, and you get like a piece of the level in here with the actual object that you can edit, right? This is magic. So now we can make a house for these little guys here. Just bring that down. Rip. Like so. And then we can, you know, we can make a door for them. Oh, I need to snap that snapping to vertex here. Something like that. Right. If we do a smart UV project, I can just update and keep editing here. So boom, there's our house. And we can see, okay, let's actually finish this editing. And I'm gonna add, let's say we add a person here, so that we know how big the door has to be. I just click Edit in Blender again, and now you can see that there's a little dude. Okay, so the door needs to be a little wider, needs to be a little higher, so that the guy can actually, you know, go through it. And then we can start messing with this. We can get rid of the surroundings if we want to. Maybe turn on the face orientation. So this is actually how I have edited all of those cliffs that we just looked at. You know, something like this. Maybe we'll take away the floor there. Oops. Just do a smart UV project again. And again, we can just see. Oh, okay, now we have a small little house here. And you can see that I don't have to mess around with any files or anything like that. The data is just sent here. And if I, you know, if I go in here and I add, where's our house? Here's our house. Add like you know, a power cell here, for example. A power cell inside of the house. And then I edit it in Blender again. There we go. You can see the power cell is inside here, so it like sends the data over, so you can immediately see all of that. So yes, to answer your question, yes, it does communicate. The thing is just that you hadn't even seen it yet, because what we're doing here is, this is the kind of classical way of just, you know, opening a blend file directly. This is called cliff.blend, and I'm exporting FBXs just manually, and then the game just happens to, you know, be able to realize that. That's why we get this text here: map refinery cliffs, cliff 3R bin mesh updated, and then it reloads this thing here. But this Blender sync system is that is just pure magic and also pure happiness. And that's how like all of this has been modeled that way. All of these houses, all of these cliffs, all of these, you know, everything. How long did it take to implement that? It has been going. Like I've had it for a few years already. It didn't take very long to implement. I think I did it in probably like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks or something. The initial version of it, and then I've added to it later on. I made a video about it though on my main channel, so let's find that for you. View my channel, go to the main channel. So the one that you're looking at currently is Madrigal Games Live. That's the main that's the live channel, but there's also just Madrigal Games without the live at the end. And if you go have a look here, there is this video which tells you all about it. So I'm gonna plonk that into the chat there for you. If you want to have a look, I go into quite a bit of like technical detail in this one. This just shows another white box level that I was working on at the time, and so yeah, doing very much the same thing, as you can see. Oh yeah, we have the level editor here and we have Blender here. It doesn't take very long. You have to be comfortable with creating a like an add-on for Blender though, if you want this thing to work. That was probably like the biggest question mark for me, because I'm not very good at making Blender add-ons, so took a little while to realize that, okay, how does Python work, for example, stuff like that, right? Okay. Why is this grass flying here? Oh, it's flying because we lowered that thing. If we click force rebuild, it will snap back to it, yeah. Okay. That would be why. Still feeling a little bit of that flu from the past week. It's kind of nasty. Okay, what I want to do here is I'm gonna try to get this to be like a slightly less kind of teardrop shaped. And we're gonna do that by adding some of this crap here probably from this one. So let's just see, kind of like select some of these kind of randomly. Not necessarily randomly, but almost, and try to kind of incorporate them into the shape somehow, and we'll see how that works and how that turns out. That's clearly not something that's gonna work here. Might work somewhere though, but not here. I wonder if that would actually work better here. This was kind of haphazardly placed here. Not sure that's like very good. And this is actually sort of like a... Yeah, all of those things are actually on the ground there. It's not good. It's actually one of these things that is different now that I'm not using Blender Sync to model this thing, is that I don't have like up-to-date information about what the surroundings look like. The one thing that is so nice about the Blender Sync system is that you can see exactly where the terrain is going and all of that, and it's like up to date. If you make changes to the terrain, it will also sync to the Blender Sync instance. And that's super nice. Here I have to kind of like export it over and over into the game to see where are we here in the world. Oh, let's see, we have some questions. What is the main loop of the game? Do you mean like main loop? I'm assuming you mean like design wise, right? As opposed to like in the programming sense. So this is a level-based game. It's not an open world or anything like that. And it depends a little bit if you are in the campaign or in the sandbox, right? Because if you're in the sandbox, then the main loop is whatever you want it to be. It's you can make your own levels. Well, okay, I should say that I'm planning that you can make your own levels. I'm planning to release this editor. It's not released yet. So in pre-alpha 4 you can't currently actually make your own levels. You can make mods already for the game, so you can make like vehicles, for example. The level editor is not released, but I'm planning to do that. So when that happens, then the main loop can be essentially like whatever you want, but it is a driving game, right? We're talking vehicles big and small here. I'm just trying out different things here if you're wondering. I don't exactly know what I want this to be. I kind of just know I need more details here and need to make this more adhering to the current art style of the thing. Anyway, it is a driving game. And it's also sort of a puzzle game, so the main loop is essentially like, okay, you have a mission. In the demo mission, which is in this level, your mission is to get your vehicles inside this base here, get the power restored, get all of them into this elevator, and then get the elevator to move up there, and then that's the demo mission, right? In some other mission, it might be something else. It might be finding a piece of equipment that you need. Most of them are essentially like some variation of unblocking the way for you, right? Because this thing is essentially like a road trip. So if we're talking about the campaign here, it's essentially a road trip. And as a consequence of that, most of the missions are about like, okay, how do we continue our journey, right? But the actual like second to second gameplay would be to drive around, depending on your current mission objective, kind of try to find either a way somewhere or try to find a piece of equipment or something like that, and then radioing your friends, because you have several characters and several vehicles, and the vehicles that you don't drive currently are driven by your companions, and you can also switch vehicles. That's very much a part of the main loop. You can switch vehicles, and some of the vehicles are you know, only good for certain things. Scale x minus 1, right? Oh, that's x. Scale y minus 1. I'm trying to talk here while I'm thinking about these things. Every time you export, does it override the previous model? Yeah, it overrides the, yeah. I mean, that's a Blender thing. I bet, you know, basically every program that, you know, you can. What I'm doing here is this. Having trouble explaining what I do here. What I'm doing here is this. I'm exporting an FBX file, right? And you tell it FBX, you know, something or other. This is cliff number 3, and it's the redesign. So it's cliff number 3R. Maybe you can see that there. I don't think I can enlarge this here. So cliff 3R.fbx. And it's completely up to you if you override it or not. I keep overriding the same file, and you know, oh, how I exported this guy. You can probably see it here somewhere, right? Oh, here it is. Yeah, because I accidentally exported this guy when we should be exporting this guy. And now we get it back. So it's completely up to you whether or not you override it or not. You can export it to a new file name, or you can export it to the same file name over and over, and it will work the same. So that's not something that has anything to do with my game engine, right? It's just like it's a file export dialog. Works like any file save dialog ever, essentially. So I'm having some good vibes here about this guy. I think this guy is gonna fit here in this little alcove or niche or whatever you want to call this quite well. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna work. I'm gonna have to probably make it a bit shorter, but let's try this first of all, see how that works. And again, I keep forgetting how deep this thing actually sits in the ground. It sits very deep in the ground. I'm constantly confused by that fact. So I need to make it taller there. Yeah, we can just get rid of those completely. Bye-bye. And then we made a hole there, so let's just extrude that out ever so slightly. Yep. Okay. Good. Yeah, this is a separate rock. One which we can probably bring over here a little bit. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. I think we're gonna rotate this guy. This thing is just in the way all the time. Let's not do that. Let's move it over there for the time being. I can of course just hide it, but I don't want to do that right now. I'm gonna take both of those. I'm gonna rotate them. Rip. Because if it doesn't overwrite, you'll have like 10 gigabytes of storage wasted on one model that is saved every time it's exported. I don't think you understand how small these things are. Like geometry is takes up almost nothing, right? So for you to have geometry data that would be 10 gigabytes. That would be some mighty inefficient geometry, or then it would have to be some sort of point cloud thing or something like that. Those tend to be kind of large. Let's see, how big is that FBX file that we keep exporting? Yeah, it's 52 kilobytes. 52 kilobytes. So you're gonna have to export it into different file specifically and explicitly into different file paths, file names, quite a few times until you get to like actually having storage issues. So don't worry about that. But yes, of course, like, well, again, this is not something that the game engine had, like, it doesn't have an opinion on this at all. It is completely up to you if you save it to the same file or a different file. Game engine doesn't care at all. In this case, though, I want to specifically save it to the same file because the game object type for this cliff is using specifically, you know, this mesh that I'm writing over and over, right? That's how that works. So if I wanted to actually update the way I do currently, then I want to specifically use that file path. All right, so we have some funky geometry here in the background of this guy. So let's take those two and hide them for the time being. And I'm gonna want to do my cliff or my face, make face planar dance on this thing. Might actually, let's see, something like that. What does that look like? That looks kind of okay. We have a little bit of weird sort of haloing going on here. That comes from the SSAO most likely. And most of that will actually be kind of fixed by the light mapping. Yeah, I think we're gonna probably just merge those two at least into just one. Doesn't really make sense to have those there. I think that's fine, and then we can actually just get rid of this completely, right? No one's gonna see those faces ever, and that goes for that one as well. I understand what you mean. It's just you know, it's not really true. In this case, it is not going to be an issue with the space. So, just letting you know here that like you don't really need to think in terms of space savings. It's much more important to think of what am I trying to do. I'm trying to update this mesh that I'm you know, working on, and the game engine expects me to use the same path over and over. Otherwise, it won't auto update in the running editor there, right? So while I do understand what you mean, it's just like it's not true. You don't have to worry about space in that sense. And if you do have to worry about space, then yeah, of course you should if you're exporting a 1 gigabyte file every time, then you don't want to just write it to different files and forget about those files. But that's not what's happening here. You have full control over where you are exporting. So yeah, I don't see that as an issue at all. So it's kind of a moot point, in my opinion. We do still have some, yeah, that's something that we can just bring that thing into the face. We can get rid of that. That one we can't quite get rid of, but if we do this, then we kind of can. Same thing with this one. Just bringing in some of these things here that we can get rid of those faces completely. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Let's see, what operating system am I using? I'm using a little bit of everything. This is on Windows. This particular machine is Windows 11. I also have a few Windows 10 machines. Like I kind of alluded to earlier, I used to have I still actually kind of probably have a Windows 8 machine somewhere. I also run Linux Mint. And I have a few Macs. Macs are kind of out of date these days. They should probably be updated. Oh, and I run Pop OS on one of my laptops. So I use a little bit of everything. I use Windows currently. I'm kind of getting annoyed with Windows these days because of all of their AI bullshit, but my tools, specifically things like this level editor, are Windows only for the time being. And so I'm kind of stuck with that. The game does actually run on Linux though. You can, for example, play it on Steam Deck just fine. And I'm absolutely aiming to have it Steam Deck verified once it goes live. That would be the plan. I mean, I should say it runs through Linux or runs on Linux through Proton. I don't have a native build currently. But yeah, I'm mostly a Linux. I'm mostly a Windows person. Microsoft kind of makes it pretty difficult to like Windows though these days. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of a shit show. Okay. Alright, so this is starting to look kind of okay, I I think. Starting to look kind of okay, I think. Now this thing doesn't look good, especially from this angle. It's just like, you know, there's like nothing but 90-degree angles. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. So, what do we do about this? I don't exactly know, to be honest, but I think we're gonna have to... Again, we can only see about half of that thing. Gonna want to make those plainer because we can see that some like shadow acne on this, because like the sun is hitting that surface almost like exactly from the side. That's not good. That's kind of an unfortunate thing sometimes. You at least want those faces there to be plainer, so that yeah, that's better. It's not good, but it's better. Let's add some deets below that though. Maybe we can just take like I think we're gonna take probably like that one. Separate that out and merge it with that. Bring it over here. Yeah, now we're kind of, this is more like it. Now we're sort of like, we're breaking up these silhouettes a little bit here with some geometry here which doesn't follow the, you know, the grid feeling of the old style. Like this thing where you have almost nothing but like 90-degree angles. They're just like boxes everywhere. Of course, we still have 90-degree angles here. The point is not to make away with all of them, but you want your kind of different pieces to not be angled, you know, 90-degree at 90-degree angles. If that makes sense. Hopefully I'm explaining this well enough. Probably not. I'm gonna put something like that there. Probably make it quite a bit larger. Let's see. Then just like move it in there. And I think like basically like all of this can just be removed, because none of that will actually be visible. That one as well. But I want to keep that, but we can just move it upwards. Like that, right? Something like that. Yeah, we can't even see it still. I'm just gonna bring it up. Sometimes you want to have a little bit of like margin with these things, right? Because you might want to use these meshes in some other level or some other place in this level. So you don't want to put like the edge of these meshes necessarily exactly where they need to be for this particular place. You want to have a little bit more margin to play with. interest of that, let's move these slightly downwards. Maybe do like a fun little cutout there. Yeah, we can't see it, but we're gonna modify the terrain here ever so slightly, I think. That's probably a bad idea. Let's not do that. Let's instead just bring that inwards. And this one probably something like that. I don't know. Yeah, that's gonna work, I think. Okay, let's modify the terrain a little bit here. Which one is it? Is it that's the grass object for sure. So yeah, that would be the grass object for this area. We can paint back some grass later if we want to, and then we're gonna just expose some of this stuff here. I think actually I want that thing to be a little closer here, and because of that I want this to be a little closer as well. Something like that. And I'm modeling this now specifically for this place because like we have this road here, we don't want to necessarily have like the rocks go out onto the road. Might be a bad idea. Might also not really matter. But yep, I want to be careful with that. It kind of just jumps up here. We've spoken about previously in the stream. Modify some of this. I was thinking we would get to texturing this thing today. That would be kind of nice because then we would sort of do this thing completely. This one piece of cliff. I might get to that. We'll see. We'll see if I get to that. I don't have essentially all of the tools that I use to texture these things here connected to this machine. I think I might have enough of them. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, there's some stuff flying grass. I don't like that corner there intersecting with that. I wonder if we should do something about that. Oh, what did I do? I wanted to subdivide it. That's what I wanted to do. So I'm gonna join those, and I want to join those. Do that, right? I wonder if that works better. It might, but it's not later, so we get funky lighting. That's better. still have some flying grass. Like so. And then we can add some like decorations and things like that here. We can add some of these rocks, maybe even just like on top of this guy. So decorations are kind of like lightweight objects. They're represented by completely normal objects in the editor, but they're actually much more lightweight at runtime, and they can't currently have collisions. That's a limitation. It's basically just a mesh. That doesn't look very good. Move them here instead. I don't know. I'm uncertain about this slab here. Not sure it looks super good. Yeah, I like that better. Let's see. That's probably okay. All right, so now we have some of this stuff kind of breaking up the silhouette a little bit of this thing. We're gonna need to add something here. What do we put there then? I don't want to spend like a whole lot of time more on this geometry. We're gonna go to, at least I'm gonna attempt to do the texturing today still. It would be pretty nice if we got there. Maybe we'll have to do something here, but yeah, let's turn our attention to this backside here now. So this is maybe a little too kind of perfect. We need something to make it look more like a cliff. And I think we might have the answer here. Let's get that guy. Bring him over. Rip. Might even be the correct scale. Now let's just see what happened. Yeah. That's better. I think I actually want to make it a bit longer, larger overall. Yeah, all right. That might work. Let's maybe bring this in. It's a little wide. Doesn't need to be quite that wide. Something like that, I think, works better. That'll work. Whatever. It'll work. Okay, I'm done with that. Let's add something here. This is too, I don't know, perfect. It's too perfect of a cliff face. Let's add at least like a small little chip that has come off. Something like that, right? I kind of like the fact that this is sitting pretty much where this is. So let's maybe bring it down. Maybe we can angle it slightly differently, something like that, right? Yeah, that's all right. But then this is almost completely straight. That annoys me. So I'm gonna bring that in ever so slightly, and we're gonna bring this one in ever so slightly. Now it has just a very, very small kind of rounding to it. Yeah, that'll work. And then maybe the last little thing we'll take this and we'll angle it upwards. Now this might cause some funky things to happen with the lighting. It didn't really, so that's probably fine. And then finally we can do basically this. We can just minimize the amount of extra UV space that we will be wasting if we have this overlapping stuff here. So we can just take those away, right? And we can just bring these guys in here, and we will save quite a bit of UV space. We won't save any geometry necessarily, but we will save UV space, which is probably even more important here. Right. And that can probably just be brought up. And that means that we can bring that up as well. Something like that. Okay, that made a little bit of... gave us a little bit of wonkiness here with the lighting. Let's fix that. It's probably not super tricky to fix. Right, so that's just super not planar. Is it now planar? Now that is planar, so we need to bring that down. Yeah. I think that'll probably work. I think we can bring these down a little bit. Otherwise we'll have those very small faces there, and that typically doesn't look very good. But that looks okay. Still have something here. That thing is probably not. It's actually almost planar. Just a very small little tweak to it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right, this thing needs to be brought inwards a little bit. Because now when we're looking at it from this, we just have this completely straight piece here, which is... what is that? What is that? What is happening? Yep. This one as well. Might even have to do something funky with this to again, we have these like clear sort of squares here that we want to get rid of. So maybe we'll try to rotate this a little bit and then bring it in just quite a lot actually. And here I can do something funky like this. Let me just add one extra edge there. And then just break up that straightness. Yep. Yep, that's gonna work. Yeah, if we can make that be smooth like that, but we don't have that line there, it will probably help as well. And then we can even do this. This now needs to be sharp, and I think we need to probably merge that with that one, right? Yeah, that looks more cliff-like in my opinion. But what do I know? As usual, I'm completely self-taught when it comes to these things, so you shouldn't really think I know anything. You shouldn't really think I know what I'm talking about when I talk about these things. I really don't. But I know enough to build stuff like this, so I guess that means something. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm kind of starting to be kind of happy with this flow here. Blah blah blah. This is perhaps not the most inspiring thing ever, but yeah, I think it'll do. What's that? Yeah, let's get rid of all of that and bring this bit forward, like so. Same thing with this. And of course, same thing as before, if you want to use this someplace else, you might want to have slightly larger margins for everything. So let's just bring those down, like so. Even though they will be kind of underground in this particular, with this particular piece, still might make sense. Okay, here we have something super funky. What's going on with that? So first of all, we can probably merge that thing. Yeah, so this is almost like a, I don't know what this is. Just bring them in. Bring it in, guys. There's like a pit here almost with this one. Yeah, something like that. Right, this is now the last place here on the mesh where I think I'm gonna do anything really. First of all, we're gonna simplify this quite a lot. We have like completely unnecessarily much geometry there. Considering like the fact that, where am I? Right, I'm here. We have almost nothing of this is actually visible, at least in this particular place in the level. But, you know, might be if we actually use this somewhere else. Hey, Matt. Long time no see. What's happening? Okay, so I think we're just gonna do something very simple here and add like a little bit of an alt outcropping there, and we're gonna do that by basically copying one of these things here, perhaps even moving. Let's move that. Basically just like adding this thing here to the side of this and then calling it a day. And then we can get to the next part of this whole business, which of course would be the texturing. Let's see how that looks. I'm getting a phone call again. Very popular today. Matt asks, why are these cliffs getting remodeled? Here you can see why. Maybe we'll look at this here. So if we go into the game, here's what they look like in the game currently, right? They look like this. Messages there as well. Blip. So this is the old art style, right? The one that you've no doubt seen. And this is the new art style, the one that has been with us since the let's try to get the camera in roughly the same position. Blip. So this art style here in the editor has been with us since the depot level, so about 1 year ago. And ever since then, basically, I've said that okay, at some point I'm gonna have to redo the cliffs in the demo level to be, you know, according to this new art style. So I'm doing that now, and I'm trying to be, you know, as you can see, like I've just added some more details here, and the texturing is different and the lighting is a little different. But like I don't, these don't look like cliffs at all, right? What is this? This is some like weird kind of plastic thing, and particularly the fact that these have this almost like regular grid pattern on them is something that I wanted to get away from. So, you know, I don't think these are the most beautiful cliffs in the game. I think some of the other levels have nicer cliffs, but I hope you can see here that I'm sort of just doing like the bare minimum that I can to add a little bit more cliffiness to the cliffs, and also just like have them look more like actual cliffs rather than this weird abstract, very kind of grid blocky version of cliffs. So that is why just bringing this a bit closer to the look of the cliffs in the other levels. But yeah, this is the final time cliffs in this level will be modeled. I don't think actually I haven't modeled the cliffs in this level for like a very long. I know we've done cliffs in the other levels, but just like look at this, like even though we haven't even modeled this yet, I think this looks so much more natural than this cliff here in the current version of the game. We haven't done like a whole lot, but just like a little bit, made it a bit less grid-like and regular, and thought about the lighting a bit more. So that's where we're at, and I think I'm approaching like maybe 25% of the cliffs in the level currently. Keeping in mind that like several of these are actually getting reused. So we have all of this chip, all of that is done. This one is reused and that one is reused, so those are done. Yeah, it might actually already be more than 25% of level, but I'm thinking something like that. So trying to be kind of fast and not linger with this. But yeah, you're getting in the next pre-alpha 5, you'll be getting these new cliffs in the demo level. So that's why. This is something that's been planned for like a year already. And it's kind of annoying to have to do it, but oh well. Oh well. Not like 100% sure this works here, this particular piece, but I just want something here, right? To break up this face here. I think that might work. Should we even maybe? We have the technology to do that. It's not cooler, but that might be cooler. Yeah, I think that's better. I don't know. I think I'm kind of running out of geometry steam here. Let's bring that out a bit. do. Yeah. That's probably better. Final time, TM. You know what? I don't think I have time to do it. All of this. Nor patience, to be honest. I think I've told, I might even have told you, Matt, that I need to do this, and I'm kind of dreading it. Contrary to what you might think, I actually don't really like making cliffs. It's just like this biome that I've selected for this game, unfortunately, is full of cliffs. So I know, I remember you commented on the fact that, oh, we're doing cliffs again today. It's like, yeah, it's like everything that's not, you know, terrain is generally cliffs in this game. It's just, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting this done, so I don't have to touch this again. There are some other things though in this level that have to be done, like modeling the final buildings and things like that. So that'll actually be more interesting than this. This is just kind of like, I've been playing RE9. Good start to the year's biggest releases. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I think quite a lot of people have actually been playing that game. I've never really understood the RE games. I'm going to be completely honest here. But I do trust that they're good because there's, you know, they're popular enough that kind of have to be good to be that popular. Yeah, glad to hear it's good. So I've heard they've been good for quite some time now, right? There hasn't been a bad RE game in a while. Even the remakes have been really well received, as far as I know. So. I haven't really been playing a whole lot lately. I did play. Oh shit! That's not gonna be good. I did play a little bit of Celeste, of all things, a few days ago. Absolutely infuriating game. It's really not for me. I understand why people like it though. But it's absolutely infuriating. Oh shit. I played it mostly in like a research thing, because believe it or not, there's actually something in Celeste that I'm planning to kind of maybe do for this game. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm trying to get rid of this sharp edge while still keeping these faces planar. And it's not going very well, and one reason for that is that again we have this face here in shadow. So even though this thing is not, like you can see, it's not actually sharp in Blender now, it kind of looks sharp here in the game. So I guess we might have to admit defeat, or then we don't. I can also do this. What about that? That would work. I think that would work. Okay, guys, I think we're done with the geometry here. So I didn't actually end up adding anything here to this. Now that I think about it. I don't know, maybe that isn't really that big of an issue. I guess we might just leave it as it is. I think that's probably fine. Some of these cliffs can be like a little wonky looking. That's how they are in real life as well. You're like, oh, that's a strange looking cliff. Let's think about it like that. Alright. So, what do we do now then? Well, I have a sort of a workflow for texturing these guys, which is I mean, I should be able to do almost everything on this machine. What I've done here for these things, you see there's some dirt painted on these guys. Well, actually we have both like this green stuff that's painted on them. That one I typically paint just with a mouse. And then this dirt I typically actually paint with the painting screen, which I don't have. I've told many times before that I don't actually have it hooked up. It's not even in this room as this same room as this computer. So we're not going to do that, but we're going to do everything else. Maybe even if I feel like it, I'll just paint that with a mouse here as well, because it's probably quite doable if I fiddle with the settings. But we're gonna keep it very simple again. Alright, so the stream is coming up in over 4 hours. Of course we have some breaks here, but I'm gonna try to get this actually like textured and everything today. That'll be a good stream. So let's see how long this takes. Hopefully not more than like half an hour or so. I'm gonna go get a glass of water, so I'll be right back. Okay. So I've done enough of these over the past few days that I think I'm probably going to be able to do this pretty quickly. Do I have the... Yeah, I have UV Packmaster and I have Zen UV installed. Good. I need those two. Let's try to do this kind of quickly and efficiently. So actually I'll just take that one. Let's move it there, then I'll merge it with that guy, and then I'll hide it. Bye bye. So we have just this thing. And before we do anything else, do we have any unnecessary geometry? We do. Yep, we can take this away. We don't need any of those. And just, I'm gonna keep this intersecting geometry here. That's fine, as I've already said today. But let's make sure that we actually don't waste a huge amount of texture space on these guys. That one we can take away. These ones we can just move in. And then we have to unwrap this guy. Every texture artist's favorite thing in the world. And should be kind of straightforward, right? I mean, this thing has already been unwrapped, obviously, because it's been in use in the game for quite some time. So we basically just have to yeah, let's not do that. Let's just keep it as it is. Just move that up to there, and then move that there, and move that there, and then I think that's fine. So now we don't have a whole lot of wasted geometry there. Okay, cool. So immediately we can see that, okay, we're gonna have to add seams to some places here that we've actually kind of broken as part of this stuff. And here's some like very wonky seams. We can get rid of those. And instead, yeah, here as well, what is that? That's weird. That's weird. Probably add seams there. Okay, actually not. We want to add the seam there. Have it kind of match those sharp angles there. What's going on here then? What's this then? I probably moved some stuff in here and then I've kind of broken the seam setup somehow. Okay, we're gonna have to add the seam somewhere. Let's just add it there, that's fine. Right. I think we can probably add a seam there. That should be mostly fine. We have a seam there as well. Okay, these guys don't have seams at all. That's not good. Maybe we can actually do it just this way. Seam and seam. Right, seams there and there. That's good. These guys need seams. And this one needs seams. Something like that, right? This one doesn't have any seams at all. Okay, let's see. I think we're gonna... What are we gonna do about this guy? Maybe something like this, and then whoop. Then I'll just cut it there. Add a seam there. And one there. And that's probably gonna be fine. Let's try a UV unwrap. And we'll check for stretching. There's a little bit of stretching going on. Here's a lot of stretching going on. What's going on here? What's this then? Yeah, this is just completely confusing. This is just all kinds of confusing. I'm gonna take that away. I'm gonna add seams there instead, right? That should be fine. We don't really want to seam there though. Maybe there is better. Take that away. Yeah, that should be fine. That one there. Okay. That fixes most of it. Alright, and here we need some seams. Clearly. Let's add a seam there. Let's add a seam there. Is that really the best we can do? That's probably better. Same thing here. And this is weird, what's going on there. I'm kind of just running this on like intuition here. I don't have a big plan for this. I don't really have time to have a big plan for this. I'm just doing it very quickly and somewhat approximately. That's maybe not the best place for a seam. But what is? This is, however, probably the best place for a seam. This sharp edge thingy that we have going here. It actually doesn't even need to be sharp. I think we have like unnecessarily much geometry here. Don't need quite that much geometry. Let's even break that down like so. That's probably fine. Okay. This is again kind of strange. Okay. Okay, what do we have here? Does that look somewhat sensible? Kind of. I guess. Stretching is, of course, not good. But it's not the absolute end of the world if we have a little bit of stretching. What we don't want to have under any circumstances is overlapping UVs. That's like a big no-no. Because overlapping UVs will give us problems with the light maps. Oh, seam. Yeah, there we go. So that's what we need to look out for and get rid of under all circumstances. Well, stretching is a little bit, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world if we have a little bit of stretching going on somewhere. That's not really an ideal place to have a seam. Let's get rid of that one and instead put it here. That's a much better place for a seam. And then we have this weird thing here, but I think that's probably gonna work. It's a bit wonky. It's a bit wonky, isn't it? That's better. Stretcheroo. Here's a little bit of a stretcheroo going, but I think we can probably manage with that. Yeah. I think all of this is probably kind of fine. There's a little bit of stretching, like perhaps too much stretching, I should say, going on with this one. So let's just add a seam there. Relieve some of the pressure. What's actually happening with this guy here? I've been wondering this before, but like what is happening? So okay, now that's probably fine. It shows quite a bit of stretching there, but I don't think there's really all that much. Let's keep it as it is. Okay, so now then the overlap. Wow, do we really not have any overlap? That's impressive. Okay, good. That means that we're basically done. And we are going to run this through Packmaster 3000 or it's Packmaster 3. I keep calling it Packmaster 3000 because I'm just so impressed with the packing quality there, because it's awesome. But this Packmaster 3, we're gonna do heuristic search. And what about this? Is actually not an NVIDIA machine anymore. I mean, it used to be an AMD, and then it was an NVIDIA for a while, and now it's an AMD one again. And so what do we have? HIP. Okay, I do actually have this set now properly, because we're gonna want to use the Radeon AMD card for doing this packing. So packaroo, let's go. It's disabled. What? Really? Oh, is it because we're using Vulkan? Huh. Okay, yeah, I really haven't been using this for any serious Blender work for a while, but you can see the CPU is doing a pretty good job here, so I think we're just gonna go with CPU. Oh, we have some questions, and Matt is very generously answering them here when I'm not looking at the screen. Do you think maybe I must just use Godot's game engine because I want to start making the game? Yeah, basically everything Matt said. If you haven't made an engine before, then definitely look at what is out there, right? That basically goes for anything that you want to build, that there are existing solutions for. You should definitely look at those solutions first of all to establish, okay, do I actually want to build this thing, or should I just use those? And still, if you are already dead set on, yes, I want to build the thing, you should still look at them, just because they probably have, you know, more users than you will have, and more experience perhaps than you will have, depends on what you're building, of course, and what your history is. It makes perfect sense to draw from that experience and like look at the workflows that they have done and everything. And also, like Matt says, if you want to make the game, just make the game. It's really not a requirement for most games to have their own engine. So it's probably perfectly fine to not do that. This is a kind of strange little UV island. Maybe we should do something about that. Where can we find this guy? Where can we find you, my little friend? Right, it's over there. such a stupid looking island, to be honest. Yeah, okay, let's just incorporate that, I think, into that one. Clear that scene. And yeah, there will be a little bit of stretching there for sure. That's actually very little. It's fine. We're just gonna do that. Game design is its own complex world of work. We will learn and do there. Absolutely. 100%. There's a saying among indie developers or developers overall who make games that, you know, making the game is the difficult part, because like a lot of us who make our own engines, they or we, I should perhaps say, like making engines, and when building an engine, there's not always, but quite often it's like an engineering task. So there's essentially sort of like a right and a wrong way to do things. Not always, but quite often there's like, yeah, this is clearly the right solution here. Let's do this. With game design, it's much more nuanced. There's actually very seldom like a clear right or wrong solution to something. So it is definitely not like easier than building an engine. Depends on who you are, of course, and what your like interests and backgrounds and strengths, where they are, but engines can feel a lot more objective to work on. Absolutely, yeah, that's basically what I just said. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have this unwrapped, and again, we don't have any overlaps. That's the important part. Nice. So I'm gonna submit this now, and we should make sure that we can still see it here. We can. Good. What we do now is we will use one of my handy little scripts. We have some materials here. We have material cliff 12, which we probably actually inherited from one of those, from that. Well, there we have cliff 12. Let's just get rid of that, and we can get rid of all of these things. Fortunately, we had to do this twice. This ridding ourselves of the old materials here. And again, we're gonna do the revert thing. And there we go. Now we got rid of that. All those other images. We have some stuff here still, but that's fine. And then I'm gonna use a text editor, and I'm gonna basically go here and no, that's not it. What's it? It's tools, isn't it? Tools, Blender scripts. Yeah. There, and we can add that to the bookmarks. And here I have a handy little script called create standard images.py, and we give this object its name. It's called cliff3, and we can at least work with 4K textures. Probably won't actually be using those in the game. We'll be downscaling then. But what the script does is that it creates a few sort of standard material textures that we will be using to create the final texture. There we go. And first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna render the edge highlights like this, and here we'll plug in one of these textures, so that would be cliff3 edge highlights, bake that to this edge highlights texture using an emit bake. So let's see if that works. And historically, baking has worked a lot better with CUDA and NVIDIA cards. This is now an AMD card, so we'll see how that works. I mean, I've had AMD cards in this machine several times. I don't think I've used... This is a fairly recent card now that I'm using for this. And I don't think I've necessarily baked a whole lot with this one. Bye bye, see you next time, gotta go. Thanks for hanging out today. See you next time. Oh, there's one thing that we can, yeah. Max samples set to 1024. We can just easily set them to like 32. That would be quite fine for the baking that we will be doing here. Alright, we are done. So let's look at our edge highlights, and there we can see them as white lines. Look kind of strange maybe. Let's turn that down to 32, that's perfectly fine here. So we're gonna do a material cliff new, just drag that in there. And so here we have slots for those 4 textures that we created. So we have diffuse, edge highlights, which we just rendered to, we have painted details, and we have color placement. All 4 of them, and if we now flip over to this, we can see, haha, that's starting to look like a thing. So we have a little bit of a sort of a pattern going here. I think this is actually like, originally this is a some sort of metal grind texture. I use that, and I use, like you can see, these kind of like stripes here, almost like. And I have another texture which is giving it a, well, it's very difficult to see here, but there's like a little bit of sort of like grain going on here. And so that's like the base layers, and then we're gonna want to actually paint some of that grass there, so that we can fade the grass into this thing, and that we can do by going into texture paint, and we can select the color placement texture, and then we can do, let's add a color palette here, and we will add red to the color palette, and then we will also add green, just 100% red and 100% green. And now if we take this thing and we start painting red, you'll see that we can actually, it is green that is appearing, but actually it is like the grass color for this level that is appearing, not not green. Because the red channel, which is the first channel, will paint grass or whatever, you know, you can make it like brown if you're using like just dirt essentially. So that would be that, right? And then the second channel, so the red channel in this case, oh sorry, the green channel will be dirt painting, which is actually kind of like brown or dark crap. So now I have basically like, this is not done yet. We need to now like paint more stuff on like outside of this very green area here. I think like most of this is actually going to be underground, but we'll see what it looks like. We'll save that, and we'll save, yeah, that one is, no, it's actually not saved. Which image is not saved? I don't exactly know. Oh, it's this one, of course, that we just painted on. Yeah, there we go. Now it's saved. And then we can go here and select the diffuse one, and we will bake a diffuse bake instead. And we'll bake to the diffuse texture. Now, hopefully it doesn't take very long. There we go, we are done, and we have a texture. And now we can save this outside of the work folder here into Cliff 3 diffuse. That's it. And now we have a texture to use. And we can go here and we can basically take a copy. I'm going to take a copy of another one of these R materials. So this would be Cliff 3 R. R stands for, I don't know, redesign or redone or whatever. Just modify that to point to the new texture that we added. Build that one, and then we can go here into our texture browser, or asset browser rather, and here we go. Here we have the object with the material applied. You can see the green there. So that's good. That is working. The way we get it into the actual level editor is by just unloading and reloading the backend here. Matthew says, I guess I'll start on adding GLTF support to my asset converter without animation support yet. We need an animation system for that. Are you familiar with Oz animation? OZZ. As in the Wizard of Oz. While we're building Light Pros, we can look at that. Oz animation. I actually have this integrated into Basis, but I don't use it currently. I had some issues with it, but it's been like years since I've used this. But this is a very accomplished animation runtime system as far as I know, and it actually even supports converting from GLTF. I would suggest you take a look at this. Oh, you have? Okay. Okay. Yeah, just figured if you hadn't heard of it, it would make sense to mention it. But okay, cool. Okay, so we can't see the green stuff there because it's hidden under the grass. If we turn off the grass rendering for a little bit, that's not it. That's also not it, but that is it. You can see that. Okay. Yep. Yeah. We're intersecting the terrain here. And you can pretty clearly see where the terrain ends and the mesh begins, and that's always the case basically. That's why we have the grass. Well, that's one reason we have the grass to cover that up. And now is the time when I would typically start actually using my drawing tablet, but I've done this once or twice for the grass specifically with mouse, so I think I'm gonna try to do that here. It's gonna be a whole bunch of clicking around to get this done. Let's see if we can make it happen here. Just modifying the terrain a little bit. That looks pretty all right for this thing. So save that. And we'll do texture paint, and we'll just bring down the strength to something like 0.25 maybe. And then I'll just start. Oh, I'm doing it on the wrong image. Oh no, Blender crashed. And AMD Radeon. Oh no, Blender didn't actually crash. It's Alt R. Alt R brings that up. Is that how it works? Yeah, okay, Alt R brings up this thing. Yeah, go away. Alt R is also reload here, and that's what I wanted to do. Okay, Blender didn't crash. It's just like have a funky. Can I actually like? I don't want that to happen. So can I actually like disable that? Preferences. Hotkeys right there. Use hotkeys. No, thank you. Right, so now I should be able to, like, if I draw something here and I just add some red there. Yeah, now I can reload the thing. Good. So what we want to do is we want to go here, but we want to place paint into color placement. So now you can see that we get a little bit of green going there. I'll probably want to up this ever so slightly. I'm just gonna click away like some kind of maniac. Basically, you want to have like an uneven sort of gradient almost between full grass and less grass. Full grass there close to the middle, and then less grass towards the end of the, or like right at the edge of of the cliff. So again, this is something I typically do with my drawing tablet. It feels kind of stupid to do it like this, but oh well. It is what it is. RIP Blender. Yeah, I Blender crashed on me. Was it 1 or 2 streams ago? Probably 2 streams ago. And so I thought it happened again, but no, it didn't. It was just AMD's whatever adrenaline blah blah thingy being excited. Alright, something like that maybe. Let's try with that. We go back here and we'll take the color placement. You can see here the sort of like strokes you actually do with this. So save that and then do a diffuse bake again. Bake. You might actually want to sometimes paint a little bit of grass on some of these lower kind of like secondary phases too. I don't think I necessarily want to do it here, but it's possible that I'll do it later. Alright, so now we have more of the green stuff, that's good. Let's add back the shell grass. Right, and again, most of this grass here will now look too dark, and I'm gonna want to be kind of careful again with you know, removing that stuff, because it is probably once again going to have to be darker than you kind of really expect when you get the light maps going, right? This is really dark here. It kind of looks too dark for this rock, but I'm gonna leave it as it is for now. We can tweak it later. Yeah, something like that. Some slightly different geometry here in some of these places. So at what point am I going to be doing this kind of work off stream for new levels as to not spoil the game? I'll have you know, good sir, that I did nothing but that in January, and I did a fair amount of that in February. Yeah, it's getting late here. Yeah, we have 2 new levels. I've shown one of them. Shown off one of them in some streams, but there's one that I haven't shown at all yet. Clearly I haven't been around for a while. Well, that is the thing, right? I haven't shown them, or at least, you know, the one. But yes, there are new levels that you haven't even seen. They're not like decorated yet. They're not as far along as this one or the depot level. But there are new areas. Yes, absolutely. I'll still have to do like 2 or 3 more, you know, besides those for the campaign. But yeah, they're coming. They're coming. Grey boxing stage. It's not really grey boxing. If we're being completely honest here, I'm very bad at grey boxing just because of my work flow. I don't really do true grey boxing for this game. I've tried to do it, and it kind of just like doesn't work for me. I can't see. I can't get the freaking. Like I'm kind of losing the thread if I do grey boxing. You know, as you know, grey boxing is typically considered to be. Grey boxing is definitely a good tool for building levels, and definitely the right tool for certain projects to build levels. This game is not really necessarily gameplay first. I've come to realize that, like, I have certain things I want to do with the campaign of this game, and they're mostly like driven by, okay, I have this story that I want to tell, and the story takes place in these few places. And so if you have a game that is gameplay first, which, you know, some people consider that to be the only valid way to do game design. I don't quite subscribe to that, but it's definitely a nice thing to do if you kind of if you work that way, and if you're working in like a large team, it might definitely be a good way to do it, because then you have like different people doing like gray boxing, and then you have different people, or you have different people doing the gray boxing slash like core, like critical path level design. Those are different people to the people who actually do like the decoration and all of that. I of course don't do that. I do everything myself. And it kind of just like, after trying to do gray boxing for so long, I kind of just like figured that I suck at gray boxing, because I kind of need a little bit more besides gray boxing to kind of get the feeling for the level. And so I've never never really done a whole lot of gray boxing. You know what industry people would consider gray boxing in this game. I did a little bit of gray boxing perhaps in this level. Vibes-based games can be peak. They can definitely be peak. Yeah. It all depends on, you know, the game and the team building the game and everything. And I love some gameplay first games, absolutely. You know, things like Slay the Spire. I don't know how many hours I've played Slay the Spire, for example. I love that stuff. It's absolutely awesome. But I also love, like you said, vibes-based games. I'm actually, one of the games that I've been playing lately is Planet of Lana 2, which is definitely like a vibes-based game. It does have some like a pretty well-established kind of core loop, puzzles that you fiddle around with. It's a little bit like something like you know, Inside or Limbo, or some of those like vibes-based platformers, or whatever you want to call them, 2D based thingies. I love that stuff as well. So that's nice. Okay, I'm gonna do something drastic here at the end of the stream. I'm gonna switch out my network connection again. So the stream is gonna go away for probably like 10 seconds or so. If it goes away for longer than that, and you still want to hang out, just like hang in there. If this doesn't work, I will switch back. But I will switch the network now, because then we can access the light mapping bake server, and we can see if we can get some light maps going for some of the stuff that we've done here today. So hold on to your hats, and we'll see how this goes. Alrighty then, we are back, and we are sitting on a new network here. This is just super scary to do things like this middle of the stream, but I already switched once when the main network here failed. So okay, so we're gonna do one more attempt to get some light maps going here. And specifically we want to do this mesh here that we did in the beginning of the stream. This is Cliff 2R. Oh, sorry, this is Cliff 2R2. Sounds like a Star Wars droid name. Cliff 2R2 mesh not baked. Okay. That's annoying. let's see if we can actually reach like the server and see what's going on here. Okay, it's just busy. It's just quite simply busy. Okay. So it's doing things. It's just like taking a whole lot of time. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate, but it can be helped. So, yeah, next thing would be to get light maps for this guy to be able to see like, okay, this grass here, does it need to be made darker or lighter? Kind of looks too dark now, but it might just actually be the correct color. Same thing here with this one. When we have this light mapped, we can see if like this is clearly looks too dark here now, but it's adjusted for the old one, and it's possible that it is just fine. But anyway, I think I'm gonna call it a night today. It's getting pretty late here, but this is pretty good. Kind of happy with how this turned out. Took a whole lot of time to actually build this, even though we're trying to be efficient and like use what we have. But yeah, still some dirt painting to be done here, but I'll do that on my painting screen. I think that's just easier. And you can sort of see like the difference here between this thing and these things in the background here. Like the painting and the light mapping, it makes quite a bit of difference. So definitely want to have those. Anyway, that'll be it for today. Thanks to everyone who came to hang out. This was a stream that I wanted to do in a while, or for a while already, but like I said, I had a pretty bad flu, so it put a stop to all kinds of things. It put a stop to this, and it also put a stop to the second part of the Shadow of the Colossus stream. I'm still gonna play through that game on stream. So if you think this looks cool, or you think that sounds cool, then by all means subscribe, and perhaps subscribe to the main channel as well if you want to see more things kind of adjacent to or related to this. If you want to play the game, you can do so today. You can play pre-alpha 4, and you can do that by joining the Discord. There's a link in the chat, there's a link in the description below, and that is also the place to just like talk about this game and hang out and all of that. And yeah, I think that basically covers it. Have an excellent rest of your weekend, everyone. See you in the next stream.